I'd like to call this public hearing to order. Good evening, and thank you for attending tonight's public hearing regarding the proposed closure and repurposing of Comeaux High School. Notice of this public hearing was advertised in our official journal on May 30th, 31st, and June 1st, 2026. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input before the school board considers any action on the proposal. The public hearing will begin with an explanation of the proposal presented by members of the Lafayette Parish School System administrative staff, after which members of the public will be given an opportunity to make comments and ask questions about the proposal. I would ask that the comments remain respectful and focused on the topic. There will be no vote on the proposal taken by the Lafayette Parish School Board during the public hearing tonight. Any vote taken on the proposal will come at a subsequent scheduled public meeting. In accordance with board policy, I am responsible for maintaining order during this hearing and may take appropriate action if conduct disrupts the meeting. I appreciate your cooperation and your participation in this important discussion regarding the future of our schools and our students. Could we please rise for the pledge in a moment of silence? Ms. LeBeau, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Mr. Touchette. Mr. Touchette.
Thank you, board members. First of all, we're going to give you a presentation. Our team is going to give facts as far as what this potential closure is. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rabelais, and he will start with the presentation.
Point of order. Since we keep putting roll call on the agenda, I think we have to do it so that we don't get accused of not following our agenda.
Ms. Christie, do roll call.
Mr. Lejeune,
Here.
Mr. Davidson,
Here.
Mr. Edmond, absent. Ms. Trahan, absent. Mr. Lachele, absent. Mr. Bergeron,
Here.
Ms. LeBeau,
Here.
Ms. Mason, absent, and Mr. Hidalgo.
Here.
Dr. Rabelais?
Thank you, Ms. Touchette, board. So we're going to start with just an overview real quick of the actual proposal itself that's going before the board for this public hearing that we hope to get feedback on, and also just revolve around the conversation today. So the first slide is just a recap of the proposal itself that is going before the board, or will potentially go before the board, and is what we're looking to get community input on this afternoon. So starting with, this proposal goes back to taking Comeaux offline after the 25-26 school year. It's the same proposal that was reviewed in March. It would be taking Comeaux offline as a traditional high school in order that we could start the expansion of a career center on the current Comeaux site. The idea is that we would repurpose to accommodate a career center expansion on the current Comeaux site to be open no later than the 28-29 school year. In the meantime, while it is being repurposed at that current site, the current Comeaux facilities will remain operational for our Community Skills Program and Lifetime Literacy Lab. This is a program for our students with disabilities that is actually their career technical training, support, and bridge for those students with specific disabilities. That would continue in 26-27, as well as use of that facility as a middle school sports complex hub to continue to be used for some of those renovated sports facilities on that site as well. With this proposal is also the rezoning of the current 26-27 Comeaux students to Acadiana High, Lafayette High, and Southside. So the attendance zone recommendations that we have put before publicly and are on the easels in the back for the community to see and we'll make available again, essentially outlines the same zone modifications that were proposed by Civic Solutions Group, CSG, 2024, as well as these recommendations have been reviewed and approved by the superintendent if the board does decide to move forward with the proposal. I'll turn it over to Ms. Gardner to talk about some of the rezoned student numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Ablay. So the chart before you would show the number of students. So that would be the 8th graders that were in this past current school years. They would be moving up to 9th grade. So it'd be the fall 26 9th graders, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. And if the zone lines would change, so if Comeaux would go offline and the amount of students that are at Comeaux that would be rezoned to the new high school areas. As you will note, Acadiana High School number does include JROTC. At the last board meeting, the program was relocated to Acadiana High, and the students that were in that program and elected to remain in the electives have been also included in that number to give the best reflection. We also, on the next slide, gave a total impact of enrollment of what a school would look like. So as, for example, Acadiana High would be anticipating 513 incoming freshmen, 445, 435, and 390. Again, those numbers do reflect the children that have ROTC in them for Acadiana High. So that means the projected total enrollment after rezoning Comeaux High School would be Acadiana High at 1783, Lafayette High at 2025, and Southside at 2012. These numbers were based off of the rollover and staffing projections in February. We also have included enrollment trends. The 2019-2020 school year was the first year that Comeaux was completely it was a school where Southside had been completely opened and graduated. The numbers show reflective of 7 years of an MFP count from October 1 each year to keep consistency.
We did want to highlight one other trend too with Career Center, but also before that, just to make sure that people are also aware, EJ Sam is now part of the Career Center. This is a true alternative site for 7 through 12 students that allows for acceleration as well as flexible, non-traditional education for some of our students. So you can see we have about 60 students enrolled there and constantly working towards enrollment for EJ Sam. But you can see a trend in the Career Center with the number of applications growing and just the overall population growth at the Career Center. And most recently, we had roughly 456 applicants that were not accepted to Career Center due to limited seating and capacity. And then the last slide that we had here is just for the proposal on the floor for the board to review, just outlines the total cost savings. If Comeaux were to be taken offline, it'd be an operational savings of about $2.1 million, and this would just represent savings in staff only. And that concludes our statements, Superintendent.
At this time, we'll go ahead and call for public comment. Anyone who wants to come up, please make sure you state your name and stay on the topic of the hearing tonight. Thank you. Ma'am?
My name is Cassandra Vincent Lagrange. I graduated from Comeaux High School in 1982. I have 2 children that graduated in 2000 and 2001, and my first grandson graduated in 2026 this year, and I have one that's going to be a junior who is hoping to graduate Comeaux in 2028. 3 generations of Comeaux High School. Okay, this is my complaint. The BOs donated the land on which Comeaux High School sits in 1966, an act of donation. The act of donation secured by one of my classmates in the class of 1992. The act of donation states that if the property is not used as a secondary school, the land reverts back to the BO family. A career center is not a secondary school. A high school is a secondary school. Now, if you want to incorporate EJ Sam, Accelerated Learning, and the Career Center, then you keep the Comeaux High School children there, and you will have an enrollment of under 2,000 children. You can have both the Career Center and children graduating from Comeaux High School. There's enough room. I know, I've walked those halls. Y'all are planning to overpopulate Southside High School and Acadiana High School, which upon graduation, Southside High School was at 112% capacity. Acadiana High School was at 110% capacity. And that's before the JROTC went over there. We need to get real. You're using my tax dollars as a property owner. We own y'all, the taxpayers of Lafayette Parish. We own this building. We should have a say where our children and grandchildren go. I am being as respectful as I can, but I have had to see my grandsons playing yo-yo machinations with this group. We're going to keep it open. No, we're closing it. No, we're going to keep it open. No, we're closing it. Oh, we got to take it to court. You know what? Y'all want to play that game? The BO family needs to take back their property if that's the game. You're not using it for what it was intended. Comeaux High School was intended for a high school only secondary education. We got it from the clerk of court's office. Cost us a whole $3 to get it. Might want to check it out. I yield my time. Thank you.
Next person for public comment. And then we can have two people at the podium at a time.
My name is Barbara Robertson. I'm a graduate of Paulboro High School. We, the community, is appalled at what's happening on the property of Paulboro. Paulboro was established by a black man, Mr. Paulboro, in 1896. Paulboro stands for us as a sacred ground. This was the only school.
Excuse me, ma'am, the Paulboro facility is not under issue here, and that we're actually building a new Paulboro K through 8 across from Northside High School, and that'll be a consolidation of the school as a new Paulboro. I just want to make sure you understood that this is not the Paulboro property
but
itself.
when you speak about W.D. Smith Center, that was ours too. W.D. Smith Center and Ed Sands Center is also our history. You understand where I'm coming from?
Mr. Robley, was that all part of one school site? You know?
I'd have to look at the history on that site.
Okay.
This is all attached to Paul Bro and W.D. Smith Center and Ed Sam Center. This is all the attachment on those grounds. We see what's happening to our school, erasing our history, and that's not right. We, the people, are standing up for our rights. There's been a lot of underhandedness going on, and we're not happy. We will not let our history be destroyed. And we're serious. There are people that are surveying the properties, including W.D. Smith Center, Ed Sam Center. And we, the people, don't have any collaboration with the school board. And that's not right. We're in 2026. Let's be real, board. We too know the property owners who donated the property for us to have the only black school to educate black children in Lafayette Parish. I worked with his name was Mr. T.J. Terrio, the Terrio family. They donated the property so that we can have a school to be educated. I worked with this man in the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Department. And knowing DJ the way I did, he would not be happy with what's going on. The whole north side of Lafayette is being punished. There's no collaboration between us. We the people, we pay your salaries. We are taxpayers that are seeing to it that you can do right by us, and it's not happening. I surely wish that you could think about what you're doing. It is not right. In God's eyes, if you believe in God, you should know what God's preachings are. It's not right. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Lagenet. First, I want to start by saying I do support our career and technical education. I support expanding
You
opportunities
can hold up
for all
and
of our
check your mic.
students. Okay. I support expanding opportunities for all of our students and workforce development. And I'm really struggling to understand why this proposal requires moving the Career Center, closing a high school. All it's going to do is increase transportation burdens and potentially reduce access for many students across our parish, including our Title I families. The current average distance to the Career Center from other schools right now is only 5.08 miles. The proposed average distance is going to increase to 8.44 miles. That's a 66% increase in average total distance with a 24% in total daily transportation mileage. The schools that suffer are Northside High School with a 241% increase in transportation and David Thibodeau with 267%. Karen Crow is also going to increase with Southside High and Acadiana High School being the only schools that are going to benefit with a decrease in travel distance. The district's own proposal increases average distance only for a large majority of our Title I families. What evidence demonstrates that this proposal improves access and equal access for all students rather than creating additional barriers? If the goal is workforce development, economic growth, and expanding career and technical opportunities, why are we relocating what's a major workforce asset away from the corridor and the very community that benefits most from this type of investment? Southside districts are largely statistically college-bound students, not trade workers. Why aren't we expanding the existing career center and leveraging the available land, which is more than what we have available at Comeaux, as it sits where it's currently at, and partnering with our local industry and make it a flagship workforce development campus that serves the entire parish equally while helping revitalize the north side of town? Before asking this board to close a high school and spend millions and millions of dollars relocating a career center, can you show us all a side-by-side comparison, a true analysis comparing the cost, transportation impact, student access, instructor recruitment challenges, and economic development effects of expanding the career center versus just moving it to Ovey Comeaux? What transportation analysis have you all performed to justify this? I've spoken to people at the campuses that's going to be the affected schools with increased transportation time. Have y'all spoken to them about how this is going to affect their bell schedule with the increased transportation time? All of them said they don't know how they're going to make it work with increased transportation time. They don't know how their class schedule is going to be affected, and all of our instruction time comes down to minutes. Students are supposed to receive a required minimum amount of minutes, and such transportation challenges are going to challenge the current bell schedule and the current start and finish time of each schools. Have any of y'all pulled those statistics? Relocating the Career Center is only going to cause more harm than good to the community that needs it the most. That's it.
Thank you.
My name is Clayton Wilkerson. I represent the community and the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So we've seen this playbook all across the nation. Defund public schools, tell the community that they are meeting performance standards, then replace the schools with charter school. And I need you and Lafayette as our community to know that we see this and we're doing everything that we can to stop it. The answer is more funding for public schools, more teachers per student, and a hot meal for every student. Instead, we get closed schools, teachers being fired for speaking out against LPSS until there's no money, while our superintendent himself can have a $65,000 raise, a raise that's more than the average teacher's salary.
Sir, we're not talking about, we're talking about Comeaux High.
Yeah, I mean, this is all...
Not the superintendent's salary, Comeaux High.
Yeah, this all goes together with it. Schools like Northside, Acadia, and Comeaux get left behind while LPSS spends tens of millions of dollars to build new schools. Since Touche's appointment as superintendent, the school board has increasingly acted against the will of the community and has not been transparent or competent. We asked the school board to end Touche's contract and recenter the community in its decisions. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next public comment.
My name is Nadine Melanson. I've been following along with this since the beginning. And first of all, I'm confused why there's even a meeting right now. It's 3 p.m. on a Tuesday during the summer. The full board isn't here, including the board president. And that's probably why a lot of people aren't even here, because they're at work, they can't come, they're on vacation, it's the summer, and this is really important. I just really wish y'all would involve the public more in these decisions. Everybody knows this meeting is only happening because of a lawsuit. This should have happened before. It's just become really, really frustrating to see things happening this way when we know what's going to happen, that you're going to close Comeaux. And I'm just trying to accept that. I understand why, but the back and forth is so hard on families, and it's so hard on the students. I live across from Comeaux High, so I see what happens there. I don't know if you're familiar with the neighborhood, but we have been suffering from construction project after construction project. So if you do close Comeaux and switch it, it's my understanding that there's going to be further construction. Please at least be respectful of the people that live there, and of the public. Get people involved more, please. Quit handling things this way where we can't say anything, where nobody responds to us, where the meetings are only because of a lawsuit. And make sure everybody can be here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Wayne Colvin. I had written Ms. Mason a long email after some of the previous meetings and asking her to get with y'all. One of the big concerns I had is pushing all this traffic across the river and the bottlenecks that we face, the school bus drivers getting people across there in a timely manner, and just traversing all those students, the safety of it. But then all the students that might be working after school, or participating in high school activities, and so they don't have the bus ride home, and the parents have to come get them, and they live on the other side of the river. And one of the things I'd asked for in my correspondence with her is to get you people that aren't familiar with problems with crossing the river, either at E. Broussard or Ambassador, or even further up at Camellia. If you cross in there at traffic times or any time of the day, there's a bottleneck. And if you're not familiar with it, you need to get familiar with it, because it wouldn't take you long to get frustrated with the traffic and the bottlenecks that you will see there. And so you got to go pick up your kids, and you go and pick them up, and there's a bunch of delays and everything else after work, and then you got to bring them back through it. So you got to go through it twice. That's just not going to be fun. And then so you can tell your kids, well, look, you got to find another ride. I can't be doing it. I'm having to leave work early to get you and everything else. Well, and then the kids gets disheartened and says, well, I just won't participate, And is that what we want to do, is discourage our kids from participating in these activities that we only go around once in life? No, I don't think so. Now, something else too. I think you pointed out in there, every week, and I read the paper pretty diligently, and they have building permits and everything else, and residential properties going up. And in the last 3 weeks, there were 53 properties, residential properties, or 56. 25 of them were in the Youngsville, Broussard area, and maybe some in the unincorporated parts of the parish down there by East Broussard, where I live and everything else. So, that's 45% of them in that one area, and the rest of them scattered all over the parish. So we're going to say, oh, well, is that the growth area? I would think so, And what does that tell you? That probably those families, those kids are going to be going to these schools, and when are we going to overload Southside High School? Are we going to keep pushing more kids across the river? That doesn't seem to make sense. So that's what I'm saying. And look at all the building going along East Broussard. Just drive down there and you've got to see it. And if you not recognize it, ask some of your staff members that work over there, and you can see all that area. Now, also, when you look at the building permits, I see 3 of them or 4 of them for school board buildings. And it's like always with the same chart company. I'm going like, wait, I thought we had some building permit problems and some construction problems. And did we review that? Looked like they for vestibule work and everything else. And then are we copacetic with that such that they won't lead to further problems down the road? These are the kind of things that you got to look beyond the numbers and everything else, because you can push numbers there, because we overbuilt Lafayette High School and we didn't look at the demographics as it was being built. And the same thing with Acadiana High School. We overbuilt it for the population, and everybody tells you Youngsville and Broussard is growing a lot more than the Scott area, because that's just one area. And I mean, it's quite evident, and now any kind of data you look at. So, you can't just throw that out the window and say that won't matter as you go forward. But the big thing is how early will you have to, these kids are going to have to get up and go there to get the bus and everything else. And what if there's a bridge is out? And I've seen it right there, traffic backed up from the river back on Calais Saloon to East Broussard Circle. Not often, but it does occur probably 2 or 3 times a month. And it's just, that's how you're going to get to Acadiana High School. This is just not going to make good patterns. And I think you've got to look at beyond the numbers here, and I just don't know why we're trying to drive all that traffic there and why we can't convert Paul Bro Middle School and put that in with the Career Center as right next door and have one management thing that we could handle all these students that going. It's already handled 420 students over there or something like that, And then we've been painting this picture for a while, 0 middle school zone for Comeaux High School. Have we not done our due diligence and have followed the procedures such that we looked at that data through the years such that, hey, why do we have that 0 for Comeaux, 3 for Southside, and that's the only high school in the city here that doesn't have any middle school zone for it.
Sir, Comeaux has Comeaux has middle school students that are zoned for it. They just do not have a feeder school. There's over 1,000 kids that are zoned for Comeaux High from the middle school. Their parents choose to send them other places. That's their right. That's their priority as a parent. But we have students zoned for Comeaux High School. It's just not a traditional feeder school.
Thank you for your feedback. So, what's going to happen when some of these kids that may be zoned are going to be rerouted to Acadiana High, Lafayette High, say, well, I want to go to Southside, and they choose them to send them to Southside, as they evidently doing now, as we pointed out at the previous meeting. So when are we going to say, pull the bullet and say, wait, Southside can't handle it anymore, or we got to build some portable buildings to take care of that, and we're trying to move away from that. This is the kind of things that you're going to be facing, and this is just to say, oh, well, we're going to have a charter school. There was one being built over by Broussard. That's an elementary. That's not a high school. So that's ways away. You got to look at that, and the question you bring up in the concern. How many kids are like that? And if we've got kids way in the eastern part of the city zone for Comeaux High, why not right there below East Broussard where Milton is, and those kids zone it? It stops at East Broussard and Vincent Road and Barat School Road. This is the kind of thing. Expand those boundaries where those kids is much closer than Southside. I'll challenge you on the geographics of this thing here, on the maps here. So this is the kind of thing. And the other thing I've asked several times back when this thing first started there in March, 2 million savings. But yet to have somebody tell me where that 2 million savings is coming from. So I would like to hear that answer.
What was your question?
2 million savings. It was stated there in bold print on the March agenda for Comeaux closing.
The $2 million in savings that was referenced earlier was just straight staffing. So basically by taking the students currently at Comeaux and placing them at other sites, you do not have to staff as much at Comeaux because those kids are no longer there. So the reduction in staff needed because you're able to optimize staffing at other sites reflects that $2 million in savings. So basically because you have students populating Comeaux as it is, you still need to, say, staff a cafeteria, staff custodians, staff those things the way you traditionally would. Those staff are then reallocated to other spots and other schools, and therefore the staffing, allocation goes down along with the salaries needed at that site.
So we could have a breakdown on teaching and administrative staff or support staff break down how many people and that sort of thing. I mean, that's how we'd come up with it, because the teachers are going to go, and I guess if we're going to serve more lunches at some of the other schools, we're going to have some of that support personnel go over to the other schools. I mean, but, you know, some of this could have been addressed 2 months ago when it first came up, you know, and thank you for addressing that and some of these questions, and that was part of the problem, is that we couldn't get any answers from y'all. You know, and I still would like some of these other ones, like, you know, why are we so, why did we shortchange this thing? Why did we not have these things answered and addressed? And have we looked at the traffic problem there and how long it would take and that sort of thing? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Hello. I'm Rebecca, and I'm representing Louisiana PSL as Party for Socialism and Liberation. Comeaux High School is being potentially shut down for a for-profit charter school to put in its place. The community is in opposition of the shutdown
No,
because...
ma'am. The charter school is not going to be put in this place.
The community is in opposition of the shutdown because 700 plus students will be rezoned to Lafayette High, Acadiana High, and Southside High. The school board wants to save money, but the students will be the ones suffering from overcrowded classrooms, limited busing, and loss of educational programs. The school board isn't listening to the community. They aren't acting democratically. They are instead actively working against working class families. Our public schools are being closed down as our tax dollars go to charter schools, private schools, leaving our public schools underfunded and under-resourced. The solution to this problem is to keep Comeaux High School open for the sake of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody, any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Bennett. I want to begin by saying this is not just about Comeaux High School. It never has been. This is about the impact your decisions will have on an entire community and whether we are willing to acknowledge when history is repeating itself. The history of Paul Breaux and the W.D. and Mary Baker Smith Career Center matters. Paul Breaux began as an all-black school. The black schools were wooden buildings while white schools were built with brick. Black students received the hand-me-down books after the white schools no longer deemed them useful. Despite those disadvantages, the teachers and staff built something extraordinary. They built opportunity, they built trade education, they built what eventually became today's Career Center. From that history came the Gifted Program, the Language Immersion Program, an Accelerated Learning School, and career education programs that now serve the students across Lafayette Parish. And now, instead of investing in that success where it was built, this district is preparing to remove those opportunities from the very community that created them. You are removing educational resources from an economically disadvantaged area to better accommodate growth in a more affluent parishes of the parish. Families are not moving to the north side because those schools receive the greatest investment. Many families move there because that is what they can afford. Many students there rely heavily on nearby educational access and transportation. Many students use career education as a direct pathway into the workforce to help support their families after graduation. This is not emotion, this is reality. Now I want to address several arguments that have been used to justify relocating the Career Center and closing Comeaux. First, the Career Center participation. It has repeatedly been stated that most Career Center students come from Lafayette High and Southside High. Of course they do. Those are two of the largest schools in the parishes, but percentages matter. Acadiana High has 60 students at the Career Center out of 1,474 students total, so that's 4.07%. Comeaux High has 34 students out of 639 students. That's 5.32%. Lafayette High has 105 students out of 1,776 students. That's 5.91%. Southside has 107 students out of 1,783 students. That's 6%. Karen Crow High has 97 students out of 957 students. That's 10.14%. Northside High has 59 students out of 584 students. That's 10.10%. The highest participation rates are coming from Karen Crowe and Northside students. So
Wait,
while
ma'am, can I ask one question?
Yes.
Is your contention that by moving the Career Center, kids won't be able to go to the Career Center?
No, but I am going to address transportation as well.
But just want to let everybody know how transportation works is a kid goes to their home school, we provide transportation to the Career Center
And
on a bus.
the
Currently now,
tax-
every child goes to their home zone, they get on a bus. There are 2 sessions. There's a morning session and there's an afternoon session. So your student can get on the bus from their home zone. We bus them to the Career Center, they participate in their program, and then they bus back to their home zone. Same thing in the afternoon. A child at lunch will get on their bus. They will be bused to the Career Center, they participate in their program, and they will be bused back. We have no plans on not transporting children to the Career Center regardless of where it is located. I just want to make sure everybody understands that this is not, we're not cutting off access to transportation. We're not cutting off applications to programs. We're just changing the location or proposing the change of a
You're
location.
taking away the history, but who is it who pays the taxpayer? I mean, who is it that's paying the gas prices?
We'll get to all of that, but if you're consolidating schools, you also have to take into effect that transportation change as well.
Yes, so I'm going to address how far it is, and I actually do have the data for y'all if y'all want it. So while Southside and Lafayette High may contribute higher raw numbers because of their enrollment size, the Career Center is proportionally serving Northside and Karen Crowe students at nearly double the rate. Second location. We were told the Career Center should be moved to be more centrally located. I calculated the travel distance. The current average distance from Parish high schools to the existing Career Center is approximately 5 miles. Moving it to Comeaux would increase that average to more than 8 miles. Southside High and Acadiana High would become 2 miles closer, but David Thibodeau, Northside, and Karen Crowe would become over 6 miles further away. And I actually calculated David Thibodeau, Karen Crowe, and Northside, you have 175 students coming from those 3 schools. Southside and Acadiana High, those 2 schools have 167 students. So those are the only 2 schools that it would be moving it closer to, and it's by less than 2 miles.
And Lafayette High is 105 students, and the change is 0.3 miles, so that is a
Correct.
wash. So that is an extra 105 students on top of it.
Yeah,
Just
so
want to make sure that's clear.
it's less than half of a mile, but that's why I didn't calculate that in. But it is actually 0.3. It's a 0.3 miles longer, actually. So this proposal increases transportation burdens by over 6 miles each for 3 schools in order to reduce travel by less than 2 miles for only 2 schools. Transportation costs also matter. Based on the current routing estimates and the back and forth required to move 2 sets of students between the Career Center and their home school, moving the Career Center to Comeaux would add approximately 58 additional miles of bus travel every single day. That means additional fuel costs, additional driver time, and additional operational expenses. Third, the expansion. We have heard repeated claims about expanding the Career Center because of demand and wait lists. I agree completely that the career education should be expanded, but the numbers do not support moving it. The current Career Center property is approximately 25 acres. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting anything. Comeaux sits on about 40 acres total, but the proposed sports complex would continue using major portions of that land, including the football stadium, baseball fields, gyms, practice fields, and tennis courts. Depending on what remains available, the Career Center could be left with as little as 9 to 16 usable acres. So if expansion is truly the goal, keeping the Career Center where it currently exists actually provides more room for growth. Now let's talk about zoning and enrollment, because this is where the conversation becomes extremely important. You currently have 1,005 students zoned for Comeaux High. You have 1,966 students zoned for Southside High School. That means Southside has nearly double the number of students zoned for it compared to Comeaux. As of March 17th, Southside had 1,783 students enrolled with the maximum capacity of 1,785 students. The answer to overcrowding cannot be pretending the imbalance does not exist. If the district acknowledged in 2016 that building a new school was necessary to keep students in public education, then how is closing a school now the answer? especially when growth discussions are actively taking place in Milton and South Lafayette. Where exactly are these future students expected to go? Southside? Charter schools? Because right now it appears that Comeaux is being closed instead of the district addressing the actual issue, which is the zoning imbalance. And there is an alternative solution. Rezone, balance the student populations, reduce the overcrowding at Southside, lower student-to-teacher ratios, and restore the programs to Comeaux that would attract and retain students. Because when programs are moved from a school year after year, enrollment declines should not come as a surprise. If the district can build up multiple schools, it can invest in rebuilding Comeaux, the Career Center, and Northside High School. Closing a school should not be the first solution when other solutions have not even been fully attempted. Finally, I want to address the student displacement. You have repeatedly said difficult decisions must be made, and I understand that. But if the district administrative policy and the hardship waivers are properly utilized, you could avoid displacing the majority or even all of the current students. You could preserve opportunities, you could reduce overcrowding, you could strengthen the public education, and you could do it without uprooting students who already choose to remain in public education. At the end of the day, every person on this board will eventually leave this position. The question is, what will your decisions leave behind? Will your legacy be closing a school and removing resources from a historic community? Or will it be protecting opportunity, preserving history, balancing your schools responsibly, and strengthening public education for every student in this parish? Thank you. Do y'all want the numbers and the maps?
I think we've seen those numbers ad nauseum, but I wanted to address something. The programs have been moved from the school over the years for the same reason that rezoning has not been done in the way that you suggested it should be done. The unfortunate reality, and you know my position on this, and my position is not going to change. I'm going to vote the same way I voted to not close Comeaux. It doesn't take away from the facts and the things that I believe or the mentality that I believe is inaccurate in this conversation, in that we've moved the programs. You mentioned that nothing has been tried. That's an unfair statement. We moved the performing arts under a huge no, don't do it from Lafayette High at the time. We did it. That was very unpopular. We didn't listen to the people. Well, yeah, we did. We moved it. Well, guess what? The people didn't want to go, and they didn't, and so it's been moved back. If you think that if you are concerned about students leaving the public school system for homeschool, charter school, private school, and other means of education is a problem, then let me tell you what's going to happen if you rezone where you want to rezone. They're going to leave the public school system. There's nothing that we are going to be able to do about it. Now, you're asking, well, where are all those people? I'll tell you where they are. I talk to them every day because I represent them. Okay? On one hand, they say, don't you close Comeaux, because I went to school there, but don't you rezone my kid back to Comeaux. So I'm asking you to understand the position that a lot of these people are in that they are going to make choices that is not going to include going to Comeaux. I don't know the reason. I graduated from Comeaux. I'm decent. I don't know the reason. I just know it's a reality. It's a reality we are living in, and it's not something that over years we'll be able to get away with. Now, well, you guys built Southside, then you moved everybody. Let me say it again. I would never change my stance. I always want every kid, as many kids as possible, whether it's your kid, my kid, anyone's kid, I want them to be able to go to the best, most up-to-date technology facility possible, okay? So when I was on the school board last time and we rezoned, my position was I would like everyone who lives in the district that I represent, the people who voted me in, I would like for them to be zoned for Southside. None of the people that I represented had a problem with that. They all agreed to that. Subsequently, District 8, which was Mr. Kinesic, the north part of Milton that I didn't represent, he said, well, I want my people in that area to go to South. Well, step up to the plate and fight for it like I did. I don't regret it. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm happy for all these students to have the opportunity to go to a better facility. And yeah, you want to disagree that Southside is not a better facility than Comeaux High School? Do you? Excuse me. I have the floor. Do you want to also disagree? You know, we talk about overcrowding schools, And I laugh at it because there were over 2,000, nearly 2,100 students at Comeaux High School in 2016. Nobody was talking about that then. But now you're going to tell me we're overcrowding Southside with 2,000 students when that campus is a lot larger? I just don't buy these arguments, even though I'm voting your way for many reasons. I don't buy the arguments that are being brought forth. You say transportation. You can't say transportation. Well, you telling me we don't cross the river now to bus kids to the Career Center? These arguments, and I'm telling you with passion just because I wish there were a better argument that could change minds.
Okay, so there's more space where the Career Center currently sits. So the argument for expansion, if you want to expand the Career Center, keep it where it's at.
Are you including the Paul Bro site?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd have to wait another 3 years. So for 3 years, less than 10% of the eligible juniors and seniors would be able to have career credentials. You're telling me we'd have to sit out then another whole couple of years to renovate and shut down. You're talking 5 years, so that you get less than 10% of the eligible juniors and seniors would get career credentials for 2 years. And I just want to let everybody know, the legislature has said the board's priorities are student achievement, financial efficiency, and workforce development. That is what the legislative mandates on a school board are. Those 3 things. You're telling me that less than 10% would get workforce development for the next 3 years. While we rebuild a K through 8th on the north side, which I think is a wonderful thing, then we have to tear down and demo so you get no kids getting any credentials for 2 years, and then you build a career center. So you're saying 7 years, we just let these kids just you lucky 10%, you can get a few credentials. We're going to shut everything down for 2 years, and then we'll build a new career center. That is the alternative if we do the site that you're proposing.
Why now? Why did y'all wait this long to address the issue?
We have 2 high schools now operating at around, 30%? Those high schools mean that every other student in Lafayette Parish is having to pay money into those facilities to keep those 2 facilities open. It has gotten to the point where we have 600, did you not see the decline in enrollment? 600 kids at Comeaux.
And why was
600
there
kids?
that decline in
Because
enrollment?
it's time now that we have let's say we have two $2,000 cars. One's a 1-seater or 2-seater car. One's let's say a Suburban, right? They're both $2,000. You want us to put $10,000 to $20,000 into each car. And this one will, again, only serve less than 10% of the population. And this one is going to continue to take money year over year over year from every other school and every other student.
But the majority
But you want us to keep them both open and say these kids can only have less than 10% get credentials at this facility. And we're going to make everybody else in Lafayette Parish, students, put their MFP money towards a school that is under capacity. That is why now is the time to say, hey guys, we have 3 beautiful high schools. Acadiana is going to be new. Lafayette High School is brand new. Southside is almost brand new. And we have these 3 beautiful high schools you can attend, and then we're going to give a 2,000 person opportunity for you to go get
do it at
credentials.
The Career Center at the current site where you have more. You might be
Again,
able to
I
do
just told you,
2,500.
Career Center at the current site means we either demolish the existing Career Center and it shuts down for 2 years, and that means 2 years of kids not getting workforce credentials, or we wait 4 years and we shut down Paul Bro when we build the new Paul Bro, which is going to be amazing. The new K through 8 Paul Bro is going to be amazing.
Why do you have to completely shut it down? Why can't you just renovate?
I also would like to say something.
Can I say something? For
Hey,
culinary,
excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Trahan,
Ms.
I'd
LeBou
like
has
to
the
hear
floor.
from you.
I have the floor.
And if
Culinary
you have a
has
question,
to have
please
a
ask her.
state-of-the-art kitchen. You cannot have an automotive working facility unless you have up-to-date technology, ventilation, all of these things. You cannot take a 1966 building and just throw an oven into it and call it a culinary program. The state will not let you have that program. They will say you must have a kitchen up to this expectation, or it cannot be a culinary program.
don't they
Again,
already have
automotive,
that at
you
the
have to
Career Center?
have properly ventilated warehouse type facility. Welding, you have to have a properly ventilated welding facility. All of these things have to be up to date and up to code, which means we cannot retrofit it into Comeaux. We have to build a new facility. And there's no reason to keep a high school at 30% capacity open at the expense of everybody else. And then on top of that, build a career center, a brand new building, when we can accommodate E.J. Sam, which is a wonderful program.
Amazing.
It-
I had a son that graduated
Right,
from there.
EJ Sam
It's
is it's not an alternative school. So people know this isn't a school you go to because you've
No, it's an
been
accelerated
disciplined.
learning
It is a
academy.
school for example, we have a child who wants to be an Olympian, so they can't go to school 7, 8, 10 hours a day. They want to go to school 3 or 4 hours a day and get their diploma, but then they can actually do it at the accelerated school, and then they can go and practice 2 or 3 times. So this is not a school that is going to be for children that have discipline issues. This is a school for kids that are either self-paced,
I don't know.
they want to go
Oh, it
half a day,
was?
they want to go to the Career Center. So that's what EJ Sam is. That will be still a secondary high school on the campus, and then the other half will be the Career Center. But I just want everybody to understand, like, the proposal of building it at its current location as you're proposing it with the larger piece of property involves either completely shutting down the program for 2 years or completely shutting down the program or waiting 4 years and only allowing less than 10% to have the opportunity to get career
I
credentials.
still don't understand why, because they already have those programs there. So why do
They
you need to
can
shut them
accommodate,
down?
okay, 4,500 students in Lafayette Parish are juniors and seniors. Less than 10%, or right around 10%, can use the Career Center. That means 90% of your students aren't able to get credentials right now at the Career Center. Is that acceptable? 90% of our kids are leaving, and now they're paying for those credentials that they could have gotten in high school. They're paying for them in college.
Okay.
A CNA at the Career Center is free. Free. A CNA, when you graduate and try to go get your CNA, that's $15,000. We're giving students such a gift if we can open it up to more than
And you're talking about-
10% of the population.
You're talking about 1 year difference, really.
How long will it take for you to rebuild Como the way you're talking about? Let's say if
We
you
we
start
we, have, we
construction
put the
next year.
deadline up there.
2027,
27, 28 school year.
She was leaving from somewhere
Yes.
else, so she wasn't able to make it for
The
the very
27,
beginning
28
because
school
she
year.
was
The
scheduled
proposal
to
has
be
never
28,
changed. We put
29.
that deadline on Mr. Touchette. We said, we're gonna do this, it's gotta be done by this date, because we want every student to be able to walk in there and get a credential that wants a credential. And right now, we're telling 456 kids, you welcome in, you can get your credentials, you can save money after college, you can get a job. Those HVAC kids, 2 years out, y'all, they're making close to 6 figures. We are giving kids opportunities here.
incredible.
I don't think anybody's
Nobody is
questioning.
saying, we're
All
saying
I'm
keep it
asking
where
you
it's
to
at.
consider is the fact that your proposal will mean that for the next 2 years, 10% can get it, right? 10%. Then you have to shut it all down if you plan on constructing it using Paul Bro, and that's if Paul Bro, 100% construction is on
You
time.
already have the program open.
And that's if 100% the Paul Bro construction of the K through 8 isn't delayed. Then you have to demo that whole thing, because you can't keep the existing Career Center and you can't keep the existing Paul Bro,
Why
right?
can't
Am I
we
correct on that, Mr.
keep
Rabelais?
the
You'd have to
existing
demo
Career
all of it,
Center?
right?
Why?
If you would have to demo the existing Paul Bro and the existing Career Center would all have to be demoed if we relocate at the existing spot.
Why?
David,
We would have to look at the green space available at the Career Center in Paul Bro. If I'm understanding what she's referring to, as far as whether you're building on the Career Center,
Yeah.
Paul Bro site, versus expansion where they would still be in session. So, I would have to look and see, I can only speak to this proposal that the board has currently
Yeah.
on the table. We would have to look and see specific green space to see what can be done.
But at the end of the day, we couldn't build it though, because we're having to now still support a high school with 600 kids in it. Well, actually, what, 400 now? Yeah.
300.
So how can
So
we?
that's what I'm asking y'all to consider, is that we want everybody to have it all. We want them to have the most amazing opportunities.
But you don't,
But
because how are you
Mr.
rebuilding
Lejeune?
a
you
whole
can't,
high
you
Mr.
can't
school?
have
Lejeune?
it all.
Mr. Lejeune,
Could y'all please let her finish? Could you please let her finish?
Mr. Lejeune, Mr. Lejeune, once Ms. LeBou's finished, I'd like to speak as well.
So that is our problem, is that we have to support the existing. If you want us to support every existing high school, there won't be any money. You want us to support all 8 high schools? Then where are you proposing that we, and nobody better make any quirky, funny comments about somebody's salary about this, but where do you expect us, where do you expect us?
You have to understand
Because we're building a
that
K
it
through
does
8,
come
right?
into-
We're building a K through 8, we're building a wing at Judy's, we just built Lafayette High School,
Acadiana.
We're building Acadiana High School. I mean,
And you
if,
have
if
North Side
anything,
High
we are
School literally
doing more
falling
construction
apart.
than anybody's ever done. Yeah. What else would you want to do with the money?
And we're making a suggestion, alternative suggestions, and it's like
If you want to
and
speak,
I don't
if you want to
understand.
speak, you
Right.
must come to the microphone
I would like
if you have a question.
to consider all of the options that we're trying to provide, but also trying to find a way that we can still operate every school and still continue to improve. Because we can't continue to improve if we are running schools at deficits. And it's just like any business. If you have a subsidiary and it's at 30% capacity and you're using every other subsidiary's money to pay into that one, it's at the expense of every other business. We are a business just like any other business, and we are trying to find a way to say we can provide your child an amazing opportunity for traditional high school, and we can provide your child an amazing opportunity for every career option, because we want kids to walk out of here and be able to take the skills that they've garnered, their credentials, everything, and walk in and be able to either go to college if they like to, work their way through college using the credentials they have, or take the credentials, get a little bit more, and be able to be very successful straight into the workforce. There's just so many things that we'd like everybody to do, but we also have to run this like a business and say what is practical to do and what can we positively do that will be the best thing for the whole parish.
I still don't understand why you think that I'm proposing tearing down the Career Center. I've never suggested that. The current Career Center could be built onto.
It's a 1950 building.
Right, so why do it's a historical building. That's what I pointed out.
Is it marked on the historical landmark?
It might not be marked, but did you not hear the history behind it? Does that not matter?
I'm sorry. I'm going to let Ms. Trahan speak.
Ms. Trahan? And welcome. I didn't know you were there.
Thank you all. I'm going to start off by saying that I will stand firm on my position in terms of the Career Center staying in District 4. I will never waver away from that, so I'll always stand firm on that. There are so many different options that we can look at in terms of where the Career Center is currently and the students that are utilizing it at the most from each of the high schools. As you stated, provided some statistics. The last time we spoke about that, I provided some clear statistics as well. And I think that's something that we need to, as a school board, provide the very clear statistics that show what the public is asking for in terms of the data and the numbers. And, I have jotted so many things down just from listening to the individuals that have spoken on this board, as well as the community members that have spoken in that regard. And just several things are just blaring, just screaming loudly out, that is just continuously screams out. And, we talk about charter schools, but charter schools also they're full, they're at the capacity, and they have waiting lists. And so when we talk about the school board, what are we going to do to counter and to try to get our students to stay within Lafayette Parish school system? Of course, we have to be very relevant and cognizant of the charter schools. But in the same breath, we have to look at what's our program, what's the programming that we want to provide at our various schools, not just our high schools, to compete with the charter schools. So as we look at capacity issues at our high schools, Mr. Hidalgo mentioned regarding, all of the students in his district going to Southside. That area of the community is just so busting at the seams that yes, the charter school business will continue to look and target at our entire Lafayette Parish community. And so when we look at and we talk about the Career Center, and I want to speak specifically about the Career Center and the land space that is currently on the Paul Bro property, and yes, we do have a beautiful K through 8 school that will be built on Louisiana Avenue that once that's done, the Paulboro site will be vacated. And the Paulboro site is so significant historically to Lafayette Parish, but not only to Lafayette Parish, to this whole region of the southern states because of the significance of what that history is all about. And so when we talk about land space and the Paulboro campus, and be it if we were to demolish a 1950s building, quite honestly, District 4 schools and some of the other districts as well, we have schools that have been built so many years ago. They are old and they are functioning, and we still expect our students to go there. So we're not, this lady here was not saying that she wanted to demolish the Career Center. We're looking at possibilities and alternatives to what all we are just saying is going to happen at the beginning of the next school year. So with that said, you know, there are some statistics, some numbers that's being floated around, 10%, 90%, 500 students at the Career Center, 500 plus more that are not being able to get into the Career Center, and transportation issue, the transportation matter about the fact that the students are bused from their base school to the Career Center and all of that. But the fact of the matter is the facts. If Career Center now is more centrally located to all of the schools, then why would we move it? And if the Career Center now is more centrally located in terms of just everything, why are we not having conversations about the fact that, okay, if this indeed is an issue in terms of credentialing more students, okay, and we don't have a location for the additional 500 students to go to, the programs that are currently at the Career Center, not all of them require heavy duty, like the automotive that had to have specialized machinery there, or the culinary arts, they have to have specialized machinery there. So of course I'm going to talk about District 4 specifically, because that is now an asset that's trying to be stripped away from District 4 that I don't want to see stripped away from District 4, because the students, the more disadvantaged students, the areas that the students can go to, that they're coming from, those students, as the numbers show, utilize the Career Center more. So if we're talking about allowing for expansion and maybe 2 to 5 to even 7 years, that we would just not do anything, you know, if we were to then look at potentially rebuilding a new Career Center, no, it wouldn't be 2 to 5 or 7 years, because some of those programs that are currently at the Career Center now, why are we putting those at Northside High? Because Northside High could have some of those programs at Northside High. And so we're not, and so I have given everyone the courtesy to not interrupt. The only time that I was interrupting was just to say, can I please be recognized to speak, okay? So if I can just finish speaking and saying what I'd like to say in regards to the Career Center. So actually, we could have phased in. There could actually be a phased-in program, a plan in regards to how we would like to see a new Career Center, right? The Northside High is so many less miles away to the Career Center than Comeaux High currently. So we actually could say, okay, what are those programs that are currently at the Career Center that we can actually have at Northside High, okay? We have not had that conversation. We could actually say, okay, how much, now let's look at, now we're talking dollars and cents right now, right? So let's look at the bottom line in terms of the numbers. How much would it cost to move it to high school A? How much would it cost to move to high school B? But we didn't do any of that. We're still just trying to rip it out of District 4. That's what is happening here. We're trying to take it out of District 4, like the gifted and emerging programs were taken out of District 4. There was nothing wrong with where those programs were, okay? And so when we talk about having conversation and when we see the community here really passionate about their community and in an uproar about it, is because they feel like an injustice is being done, because that's what it feels like, an injustice is being done. And so when we talk about all the particulars of it, 1,000 plus, how many students are on the wait list at the Career Center? Let's see how many students are on the wait list at the Career Center and what programs are they on the wait list for. Let's see what the priority, I'm looking this way specifically, that's where our Dr. Robelay and Ms. Gardner and Ms. Ginger Richard are. Let's look at what's the highest numbers that the Career Center serve in the particular areas, and can we have a conversation about that? Because right now it's just, let's take it, let's put it at Comeaux High. The school has not been at capacity. Well, guess what? Northside hasn't been at capacity either. And I'm not saying anything that's not factual. And you all know it, everyone knows it. So why would we take it from Career Center, where it currently is, in District 4, and bring it all the way to Comeaux? And really, truly, when we're talking about transportation, so that means that's longer bus rides for students to get from the Career Center going to Comeaux High. We're talking about the congestion in terms of traffic there, okay? We're talking about, boosting numbers for the Career Center, okay? But again, we have not explored whether or not we could take some of the programs. Why can't we put them at Comeaux High? I'm sorry, at Northside High right now. We've not done that, and so it is very disheartening to me when I have to sit up here and feel like that I'm not the majority on the board. I'm on an island here for something that seems like it just makes the most sense when we're talking about numbers. We're talking about dollars. We're talking about all of the things that you all have, as the community, have come and said to us as the school board, facts. It's just facts. And so when we also look at the land, who's gone to Paul Bro's site recently, and how much land do we have there? We have so much land there. Okay? And again, if we're talking about dollars and cents here, then couldn't we expand the Career Center next year into Paul Bro? Because not all of Paul Bro is utilized at capacity as it stands now. So if we're talking dollars and cents, if we're talking budget, we're talking about the economics of it all, and we're talking about actually wanting to give to the students, the 500 plus students that are not going to have that ability to have the credential, we could do that next year. And then without doing anything other than telling those, having Paul Bro then become an expanded Career Center site. There are so many things that we could have a true conversation. We could actually have a full board workshop on this. There are so many things.
Ms. Trahan, have you spoken to Mr. Mouton and asked for numbers?
So I'm going to finish speaking first, and then I'll respond to that, okay? So I sit here in amazement many times and think, for me and for us all, it's truly about equity, equality, serving all of our students in the parish. All of our students in the parish. And when it comes to feeling like it just like, this just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how does that saying go? Make it make sense. I just can't make it make sense in my brain. I just cannot. And this becomes to be continuously disheartening having these types of conversation when, in fact, students that are truly trying to better themselves and families that are truly trying to better themselves completely, their voices like just are not heard. And that concerns me. And I personally take it to heart because, you know what? I have to say this. In 2018, when the Arts Academy did move from Lafayette High, my daughter was part of that, and she got impacted by that. So she didn't wind up getting that credential because she didn't go to Comeaux High because she was gifted as well, so she stayed at Lafayette High. So I know how sometimes decisions that are made by boards may seem like the right thing to do at the time, and then in retrospect, it was like it may have been the absolute right thing to do at the time. But then you take a look and you say, okay, I don't want to repeat this, right? I really truly want to look at the data that is being presented by all. I truly want to say, and I truly want to be part of a board that is looking at alternative options, hearing the voices of all the people who are here today and who have been speaking throughout this whole situation, and come to a good place and not making the public, our constituents, feel like they're not being heard, okay? All, be it if we agree or not, because we can agree to disagree, okay? And so in regards to the numbers, Ms. LeBoom, what I'd like to see is a full workshop to provide all of the numbers, exact, accurate, correct, and not just a portion of, okay, I'm going to give y'all this small little snapshot and not giving the entire picture. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to see. See, because at the last meeting, and it may not have been the last one that I spoke, and the numbers that were presented in regards to projects by each high school or district, thank goodness I stayed up till after 2 a.m. the morning before to really dissect those numbers, because it would have seemed like District 4 had been given all of this money for projects when in fact District 4 has more schools than any district on this board. So District 4 weren't given more money for the projects. We have more schools in District 4, hence there was more money. For District 4. Okay, so I want the data, I want the information to be given to board members prior to, so we can take a look at it, and then we can have a full workshop And everything I'm saying right here now, I know everyone is hearing what I'm saying, and I know that it may not matter, but I stand on my morals, my philosophy, my ethics, and my integrity. And I'm gonna take my hat off as a school board member, and I'm gonna put my hat back on as a parent. If I were a parent still in this system, in particular, if I had a child at Comeaux High, then you know what? Maybe I would have been one of those parents that say, you know what? I don't know what's going on here in Lafayette Parish School Board, so you know what? I'm not going to leave my child at that school because you know what? Just maybe I need to ask for this a waiver because who knows what's going to happen. So you know what? As a parent, I would be feeling like I'm standing on very shaky ground, thin ice. So yeah. The numbers that we see here for all of the students who have students and parents who have asked for a waiver to go to either Acadiana High, Lafayette High, or Southside, I might have been one of those parents because I would have to make a very hard decision in terms of what's best and what's right for my child. And even though I love the Comeaux community so much, I had to make that decision. So I don't have any ill feeling towards any parent this long, however many students are now, have partaken into this waiver. I say to you all, you did what was right for yourself, your family, your children, so kudos to you all, okay? And I will continue to speak not only through my lens as a school board member, but my lens as a parent and my lens as a caring person for all of the students in Lafayette Parish. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Ma'am.
First, I want to thank y'all for doing this, because had we done this 2 years ago when CSG first did their thing, I think, yeah. If we had done this 2 years ago when CSG held their community meetings, or if maybe more of y'all had been in attendance, I really think we could have actually done something to save Comeaux at that time. As it stands now, to be honest, as heartbreaking as it is, I'm sorry, I don't know if we can, because y'all have decimated it. And I know a lot of you were not on the board when all of these problems first started, but we have emailed, we have tried to communicate, many of us, with no response. None. And Hannah Smith Mason is my district representative. She's not here tonight, but I have confronted her multiple occasions. She has never responded to me, ever. And I voted for her.
I did too.
Okay, and it's heartbreaking. Mr. Hidalgo, I actually live I want to say 1.5 miles from where your district starts. I live off of East Broussard, okay? It would have made a whole lot more sense for me to be in your district than Miss Mason's district, because you represent all of my children's schools. They went to Milton, and they were zoned for Southside. Now, I had 2 kids that went to Southside. Neither graduated from there. Not going to say why. I'm not going to blame Southside for all of it. It is crowded. I know you say it's not. I understand you're fighting for your constituents, and I understand they want to go there. I was excited for my oldest to go there too. I get it. I do understand. But there is no way y'all are going to be able to continue adding students to Southside with the way that the Lafayette and Youngsville community are growing in that area. There's no way. They have 3 new subdivisions being built right now on East Broussard. 3. One is almost finished, the other 2 are still in construction. And Youngsville, I don't even know how many. There's just no way. So y'all have said that y'all are gonna save $2 million a year, closing Comeaux and moving the Career Center and all those things. Have y'all taken into account that y'all are going to need to build on to some of these schools, like Southside? I imagine Lafayette High before too long will also need additions to house these additional students. Has that been taken into consideration?
Or are we planning on them going to the charter schools? Or
No, I mean, I'm asking.
When Southside was built, it was built to have several phases of add-on.
Correct.
Southside
I do
was
remember
not
that.
built as this is the school and this is going to only be the school. Southside was built knowing the community would continue to grow.
Correct.
And there are several phases that could be added on the south side whenever the board would be ready to move forward with
Okay,
that.
yeah, I
So,
believe when my son started, y'all were in phase 2.
no, we're only in phase 1.
Well, I thought it was phase 2.
Phase
then-
2 is a wing addition on the rear side of the building.
Okay, I thought that was supposed to be phase 3. I'm sorry, I was misinformed. Have y'all taken that into account, though, that will need to happen?
I can. Yeah. So I can.
I mean, into the budget is what I'm saying, the overall budget.
I can give you some information about my district. So like the city of Lafayette's population is not growing. So we have a lot of elderly population. Short of a mass immigration of younger populations, the population in my district is going to continue to shrink. And me and Miss Amy talked about this as well. It's going to continue to shrink inside the city of Lafayette or maintain. So
Okay.
the fear of population, I can tell you, like when we look at the Broadmoor numbers, they're like this, right? Like when you
right.
think they should be growing, right? Broadmoor's an A school, but like we see this population go up and down, up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So my district is kind of in the same boat as Miss Amy's district. It's like, what do you do with the population that's currently there? How do you grow it? How do you attract new families, right? Like we share the same issues inside the city of Lafayette. Because I think my district is the only district that's 100% inside the city of Lafayette. So like we share those concerns because like I have to watch my populations in my school because like I closed the school, right? Like S.J. Montgomery, if you go look at it now, is a dirt pile.
I know, I
Yeah.
actually drove by there the other day
Yeah.
when I was supporting Lafayette High's bake sale that they were having. Because let me
you.
make it clear,
Yeah,
I'm
so anyways,
not
that's-
trying to badmouth
Any
any
of the
high
schools.
school,
We're not
including
saying that they're
Southside,
bad.
even though I think it is overcrowded from my own personal experience with my 2 children that went there. I think Lafayette High is a great school. My daughter went there for first hour this year to continue her Performing Arts Academy. I don't know anything about Acadiana. I'm sorry. I just really don't. Southside,
It's a great school.
beautiful school. Beautiful school, amazing. And Mr. Guillory, y'all's assistant principal there, he probably saved my son's life years ago. Amazing administration. I don't know the current principal, but I know he's great. I know Beth Krantz, the counselor there, amazing. I don't have anything ill to say about any of the other high schools. I'm not trying to say, well, we should close this one or close that one so we can save Comeaux. That was never my intention. But I feel that when Southside was built, whether it was intentional or not, Comeaux got a reputation. I don't know where it started, I don't know how it started, but it got this reputation of it was a bad school, an old school, and that kind of continued. I believe y'all moved the Performing Arts Academy there to try to save it. I do believe that. I'm not trying to say y'all didn't make an attempt. What I'm saying is I don't think that y'all tried hard enough. I mean, we always hear great things about Southside, Lafayette High. People are always, but nobody ever says much about Comeaux. Why? And that's your school, Miss LeBeau, but I've never seen you there. I've heard that you attend basketball games sometimes. I never saw you there.
I was there and actually got an award at the fall pep rally for being so involved. And actually, Miss White broke her foot a couple years ago. I was the crossing guard. I've been at Comeaux very often.
I mean, that was
I will
4
tell you that
years ago.
it floods. It floods when it rains.
Oh, I
We
know.
put a lot of money into, we put, how much, I think,
You said 18 million
Is it
in your
six-
email.
16 to 18
You
million
told me
dollars?
16 in an email
16 to
yesterday.
$18 million has gone into Comeaux in the last 10 and a half years. And
Is
I will
that-
tell you that a lot of that is, you're never going to see it because it's all underground. It's flooding, it's plumbing, all the bathrooms backed up. I brought Matt Stuller, Kip Schumacher, Nick Pugh. I brought them, the head of Tides Medical. I brought them all through Comeaux. We walked through Catherine Cassidy wants to see the best parts. I said, bring them through the worst parts.
Right.
And we had a lot of private money that they tried to, invest in the school. It's not that we don't love Comeaux. It's just you can sink another 20 million into Comeaux and you're not going to see it. You're not going to see any of it because it's not cosmetic. It is going to be facility maintenance. That the brick that was used on Comeaux was not an outdoor brick, so a lot of those windows leak. It was retrofitted for air conditioning, so you're going to have issues just like Alamo. That's why we're having to rebuild Alamo. A lot of it, we had to be retrofitted for air conditioning. Nobody hates Comeaux. Comeaux was a shining star on the hill for a very long time, but it was built to serve Broussard and Youngsville. If you look at the history of Comeaux, it was built to serve Broussard and Youngsville. We now have a high school that serves Broussard and Youngsville.
So was
it
Southside
properly zoned?
built
I wasn't here
to
when it was
replace
zoned.
Comeaux?
Yeah. And so what I will tell you is that if we have a large high school in Lafayette Parish in Lafayette, the city of Lafayette, that serves Lafayette, and we now have a high school that's serving the population of Broussard and Youngsville, which is what Comeaux was built for, Comeaux just kind of got stuck on an island. And there's over 1,000 kids zoned for it, and only 600 kids attend. And some of those kids are Magnet Academy kids. So it's not that Comeaux wasn't a great school. It's not that we want to change the name. We want to keep it Comeaux Workforce Innovation Academy. What we're trying to do is build a new legacy. Kids will still graduate from there, from the accelerated school. So we still will have Comeaux graduates. It's just going to be it's going to be a little bit of a different capacity.
So, I'm
and we will
sorry.
still have career credentialed being offered to
Are you
many,
saying
many more
that
students.
EJ Sam is going to be gone completely? It's going to be
Yes, but
Comeaux?
Comeaux and the Career Center are going to be together on one campus. So we're not only going to relocate the credential programs, we're also going to, that was in the proposal that's been up there. That was in the proposal in March. It was in the proposal in 2024.
I knew
All of
that
that
it was merged. I was unaware that you were actually going to change the name of the school. And EJ Sam, amazing school.
Oh, it is amazing. Right.
Again, my younger son went from
yeah.
Southside to EJ Sam. He would not have graduated had it not been for EJ Sam.
EJ Sam's
and Miss
terrific.
Renee White.
Yes, and Miss Renee White is incredible. She's an incredible principal and still continues to be an incredible principal. I hope everybody understands that my passion is because I want kids to be able to have more opportunities. If we have the housing for a traditional high school and they can attend there, that would be the best use of our money. And then if we can relocate and build a larger career center to give them more credentials so that they can become a more powerful graduate to walk into the workforce and or pay their way through college and or go straight into the workforce, that's our goal. And Ms. Trahan and I may differ, but I'm the only one that has put together any kind of proposal, had people look at it, look at numbers. I mean, everything else that's been thrown out, the substitute motion was never to keep Comeaux open. It was to close Comeaux and relocate the Career Center to the north side. That numbers were not run for that proposal. The only proposal, and since this has been discussed in March, the only person that has approached administration and staff to look at how we can come up with an expanded career center, expanded EJ Sam, and find a place to locate it that will be least disruptive to the current facilities, keep the current career center operating. Obviously, we have construction going on the north side and not disrupt Paul Breaux, is to do Comeaux. And y'all, I understand there's a huge legacy in this school. This school was phenomenal. When I graduated in 1996, it was as big as any other school, right? It's just that we are now giving it a repurposing, and we are going to give it a new legacy. And I really do think that as one of our priorities, workforce development from the legislature, the school board needs to put a focus on workforce development. We have companies coming to us and saying, you have no skilled graduates. How are we going to populate our workforce, right?
I agree
so
with you.
my goal is to say, hey guys, I can give you not only traditional high school options in 3 brand new buildings, but I can also give you workforce credentials so that you walk out of here with not only, and I will say the options we can give for dual enrollment and AP classes at Comeaux, there's almost zero. right?
Now.
Right.
But 2 years ago, that was not the case.
Right, but
That
with the-
just kind of started dwindling.
Right, but with the continued decline in enrollment, the continued offerings that we can provide go down academically. So as several people have put out on different emails and texts to me, their child can't get certain academic credentials that they want to get. If they go to a larger high school, they can get some of those opportunities. So we're not only giving them a traditional high school with potentially better academic offerings, but then we can build them a career center where they can get more credentials and they can get more opportunity to get credentials.
I 100%
So that is my
agree
goal.
with you
It is not.
about that.
It is not at all because we want to destroy the legacy of Comeaux. Comeaux, the facility will remain. The name will remain. It's just a new legacy that we will provide, which is still graduates from the accelerated school and
history,
credentials.
repeating history,
And we will
you're
maintain.
replacing history.
We will try to do a honoring of the sports memorabilia and the legacy
This
there.
isn't
That
just about
school will still be
Comeaux.
accessible for the public. It will still be a place the public can
But this
continue
is not
to
just
visit as
about
graduates of Comeaux High School.
You are erasing a historical site.
Okay, but
This is what happens when we have no time limits.
Are we time limited?
Yes, ma'am,
So
y'all.
let me ask you this: you're saying you want to build onto you want to make the career center bigger to give those opportunities to more people, and I get that. I agree with you. It's definitely needed. What happens when then you start attracting some of your charter school and private school kids back? Where are you going to house these kids?
Right now, if our programs aren't full, I've talked to the superintendent. We have some summer programs. When they don't fill up, we can say, hey, you can pay money to participate in a program. They will never be offered free. It will be just like the legislature also in 1781 gives us the right to lease any facility and charge anything that we want. So again, this is all within the authority of the school board. We're doing it currently with, if people want to rent our facilities, we allow them to rent our facilities. If they want to have somebody participate in a program that we have, we will charge them money. It will not be in any way offered as a free service.
Ms.
It will
LeBeau,
be,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if we attract these kids back to
Oh.
our school system,
yes.
where will we house them? Now, we know that we're not going to
Yes.
get
I'm sorry, I thought you meant
2,000
career
students
center.
back. We know that, but
Right.
let's just say 200 kids from
We-
charter schools
uh-huh.
come back. Where do
Right now, we
house
have
them?
6 that have actually come back with using the hardship waivers, have come back from charter schools to Lafayette Parish School System under the current hardship waiver. So yes,
Okay.
that is a possibility. But again, we have Lafayette High has room for additional, 400 students. Acadiana has capacity. Northside High has capacity. Karen Crowe High School has capacity. And Southside, it has, if we build a phase 2, we'll have capacity. So we have room.
I don't feel like we're ever going to agree on that. I feel like the way that things are growing, we're going to run out of space. And 10 years from now, you're going to be like, we have to build a new school because we don't have space anymore. So, I mean, there's other people that want to speak. I just want to ask one more question. Mr. Touchette, why do you change administration so often within the schools? Like the principals?
That's outside of the agenda.
The reason I'm asking is because my daughter attended Comeaux for 4 years. She never had the same administration team.
Ms.
And I
Touche, you
believe
can
that's
answer it
part
or
of
you
the
don't have to.
problem.
Okay. So you're not answering it. Okay.
Okay, I just
You
think
don't have
that
to.
that
That's
was
not
part
a part
of
of
the
the
problem.
agenda. Hey, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with a new public comment when we get back. And we'll call the meeting back to order. Just a reminder, when you come up to speak, just make sure you say your first and your last name before we get started, so we can make sure we document everything on the, for the people that are at home. Thank you. Sir, you're up.
Yes, thank you, sir, for recognizing me. My name is Chris Williams, PhD. I am a resident of, lifelong resident of Lafayette Parish, and I want to thank the board and the superintendent for giving the public the opportunity to give comments on today, although be it through the legal ruling that was rendered. So before I get to my formal comments, I want to share with you that my position on the movement of the W.D. Smith Career Center, the Marion W.D. Smith Career Center, is that I think it is going to be a bad decision. I think we all know how this soap opera is going to end. I think it's been alluded to by certain people here today. But we are here to let you know that we're not going to allow it to be done without our voices being heard. And so as a expert, I would say, in this area, because I've been a product of the Lafayette Parish school system. I haven't attended San Antoine Elementary, J. Wallace James, S.J. Montgomery, Lafayette Middle School, and Lafayette High School. And Lafayette High School, for that matter, in 1980, when I graduated, was a dump, facilities-wise, but it was a lot of great academic programs going on. So I find it interesting that we're talking about the condition of facilities when we're not talking about necessarily the academic performance that's happening in these facilities. I'm also rather concerned that as I've been listening today, I don't know if it's intentional or just a passing by, but Northside seems to be completely avoided in terms, Northside High School, in terms of our discussions. We have been following these discussions for the last 20 years. The school board has spent, and I want to preface what I'm about to say is that I'm not necessarily talking about this particular school board, but I'm talking about the school system as a whole. It is a strained relationship between the Lafayette Parish school system and the black community. It goes back to Dr. Baranko and Tony Chasson, the first two black board members to this body, and it exists till today. I have had a personal relationship with all of the board members from that time, and it's just ironic that we are here in 2026. And my board member, Mr. Josh Edmonds, and I just heard the comments of board member Amy Trahan, and we seem to stay stuck in the same place. We know how this vote is going to go, right? But the fact of the matter is that there used to be a show on TV called Everybody Hates Chris, right? But now there's a contention in the community that I'm in, and I don't pretend to speak for all of the black community, but the circles that I'm in, is that the Lafayette Parish School Board hates black kids, right? And you say, well, Chris, why would you say that? Well, we've been lied to so many times, right? From Dr. Baranko and Tony Chasson through today. When the new J. Wallace James was built on Willow Street, Dr. Martin Luther King Memorial Parkway, the community was excited. Then the rules was changed. The kids right there in Azalea Park who could see the new beautiful school was told, well, you cannot go there. You have to get on a bus at 6 o'clock in the morning, and you have to go to some school in Scott, right? When one board member, Knesset, mentioned on the naming of the school Southside, he said, why would we want to name a school Southside? It draws a apparent and an obvious comparison to Northside. And he talked against it. And there was a commitment that was made that there would never be a football facility at that school. As a matter of fact, I think one of the superintendents, that was at that time eventually became a board member. And of course, we know eventually those facilities was built. We know that the school board has spent millions of dollars on studies, and I've been to many of those meetings over the years, and Northside has always been number 1, number 2, or number 3 to be rebuilt. The only high school today, not necessarily just by your action, but by the school board system, the only high school that is still in the condition that it is in today is Northside High School. We know when the school system has done rezoning and done districts for attendance, that there's been special attention given to certain communities so they would not be included in the Northside district because those neighborhoods and those people felt a certain way about being zoned to Northside. So we have, and I have that feeling that our school system has been in a position of not necessarily hearing what we've been saying. And I think that the hearing today brings me to the same conclusion. We are only asking for what is fair. There is no doubt that when your studies have shown, when you put children on the bus at 5 a.m., 5:30, 6 a.m., that academic performance drops. There are better outcomes academically when school systems start school between 8 and 9 a.m. To haphazardly tell us that our children are going to be bus hopping in order to get to somewhere where they can get immediately right now in a centralized location, we don't think is fair. And so as we continue these discussions, I wanted to come and represent Black Voters. The two organizations I'm representing this evening is Black Voters Matters and Lead Louisiana. We wanted to come and go on the record as opposing the move on the backs of our ancestors, because we have had a very complex relationship with the Lafayette Parish school system. And unfortunately, the general sentiment that I've been hearing is that that's not going to change anytime soon. My children all attended Lafayette High School. I was over the Louisiana Community and Technical College system for 6 years as we transitioned to the community college system. We know that most of the jobs over the next 10 years will require more than a high school degree, but less than a college degree in programs like welding, plumbing, non-destructive testing, machine tool technology, and so forth. And we know that there's a certain segment of our community and a certain population that needs that training the most. And those are people who are economically distressed and people who have had challenges and succeeding in traditional systems. And what this move is saying to the Black men who are suffering in this community is that we care less about your needs. We're going to make the best decision that we're going to make because we can and because we're winning, right? At one of your school board meetings, an agenda was issued where you wanted the public to come and give its position on the closing of some schools. The one that was most obvious to me that should have closed was a school, I think, in Doosan, if I remember correctly. But the placement of the agenda on that night had the decision for Northside as the last agenda item. And what happened, as you recall, was that after everybody pretty much got what they wanted, Northside was again left and regulated to go back to committee and not be addressed. That is the sentiment that we find ourselves in today. Now, you may not appreciate or understand the black community's position here, and again, I'm talking from a black person who has been in your educational system from first grade through the PhD level, right? So, and as a vice chancellor and CEO for 6 years of a community and technical college system, I say to you very respectfully, what you're doing is not in the best interest of our community. You can do it because you have the power to do it. But when we do not provide solutions that helps communities, it hurts, right? And we cannot, and we cannot continue to have our black school board members, from Dr. Barranco, whose wife I talked to last week who was visiting, Tony Chasson, through today, continue to beg this school system to do the right thing. And I'll just say this very generally speaking. It hasn't been easy. The road hasn't been easy. We know that when the board moved, and I'm talking about the board generally, moved to go towards unitary status, Judge Hike gave the ruling that he did, but we are nowhere near that document that was passed a few years ago. So it's a status of being hoodwinked and bamboozled, right? We gain unitary status, but now a few years later, we're going in the exact opposite of what this board, not necessarily you, but what this system committed to do. So I come this evening in opposition to the move, and I know that I know that we don't have the power to change what is about to happen. But this community will continue to reap the challenges that it will have by not investing in the communities that need it the most. The Career Center is a proven success. The W.D. Smith and Mary Baker Smith Career Center serves students from across Lafayette Parish with hands-on training in welding, electrical, HVAC, culinary arts, carpentry, cosmetology, and other pathways. Students earn certifications. It is centrally located, as has been said already. The current location is accessible to students from every part of the parish. Equity must be a part of this decision, and the school board should ask itself who benefits from this move, who is burdened by this move, which communities lose access. Will the move increase barriers for students who are already faced with transportation and economic challenges? The decision of this magnitude should be evaluated through an equity lens. Workforce development should be brought closer to opportunity, not farther away. Careers and technical education is designed to serve students who want direct pathways into high-demand careers. If the district's goal is workforce development, as has been stated, it should be making programs easier to access, not harder. Preserve an important community asset, the W.D. Smith and Mary Baker Smith Career Center, as a part of the educational fabric of our community. Students need more investment, not displacement. If the facility needs improvements, the answer is to renovate and modernize it, not relocate it. Students deserve state-of-the-art equipment and facilities in their existing community, There's a difference. We are a tale of two cities. You have to be able to see it. You have to be able to see it when you visit Northside. the north side of Lafayette. You have to be able to see it when you visit and when you live on the south side of Lafayette. We are a tale of two cities. The decision that you are making will continue that legacy. Listen to the community, listen to the parents, the students, the employers, the alumni, the community organizations. We deserve meaningful input before irreversible decisions are made. A public process of what we're doing today is crucial, and we appreciate the opportunity. But also it's about economic impact on the north side of Lafayette. The Career Center brings students, families, partnerships, and economic activity into an area that many people would not normally go. Removing another educational institution from the north side of Lafayette continues a pattern that many residents view as disinvestment. And so as I close, for many students, this proposal means getting up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning just to have access to career training opportunities they have today. That means longer bus rides, less sleep, less time with family, and more barriers to success. But for many black students, this issue runs even deeper. Many of us have watched as institutions that have historically served the black community have been moved, closed, downsized, or relocated away from our neighborhoods. We have watched resources leave our community while promises were made that the changes would benefit everyone. Now we are being asked to believe that moving the W.D. and Mary Baker Smith Career Center miles away from the heart of the community will somehow improve access. From our perspective, it's the opposite. The Career Center has provided generations of students, especially working class students and many black students, with a pathway to economic mobility. It has been a place where students could gain skills, certifications, and careers that lead directly to good paying jobs. The message many black families hear is this one. Once again, a resource that has been serving our community is being moved further away from the students who need it most. If equity is truly a priority, then equity must be more than the word in a strategic plan. Equity means ensuring that students who have historically faced barriers are not asked to bear additional barriers. Equity means recognizing that transportation matters. Equity means that access matters. Equity means that recognizing the current location matters. Equity means that decisions have consequences. The W.D. Smith and Mary Baker Smith Career Center is more than a campus. It represents opportunity, workforce development, and hope for students who want a better future. I'm able to come here in 2026 and address you knowing that the black community in Lafayette have 2 majority black seats on a 9-member board, right? And there is no doubt, if you know the history of Lafayette, we've had challenges that many times we don't like to talk about. But I will tell you, people are talking about this decision. And you're going to do what you're going to do, and we recognize that. But at the end of the day, we want you to know that we're going to continue to support our opposition and our passion. It's not that we're going to give up on our students and our community and our training, because we are a very resilient people. We're going to continue to support our board members, although oftentimes it seems that their perspective, which is uniquely different from yours, from a lifestyle standpoint, from a census tract standpoint, from an $82,000 head of household income to a $20,000 average household income in the census tract that I live in. So when they say something, when they tell you something, it's coming from a different perspective. Your winning this battle is going to hurt our community. But we're here to tell you that we wasn't going to allow you to do it, even though it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon without us being here. We're here to tell you that we love our children, although you may not. We're here to tell you that we're going to continue to support the community that needs it the most, whether through the Lafayette Parish school system or through other mechanisms. And what we will not do is give up on the community that needs these resources the most. And so when you see on the news that a black 14-year-old or an impoverished youth or an economically distressed person was entangled in some type of event, know that decisions like this makes a difference. Decisions like this make a difference in their lives because their dynamics are different. And so I close with a saying that I always say, that although you may win, we know that justice will always run down like waters and righteousness as a mighty stream. And we know that we will continue to fight for our community with the school board's support and without the school board's support. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you, sir. I do want to comment on one thing about the facilities and the academics. I had the privilege of teaching and coaching at Lafayette High before it was new, and it wasn't in good shape.
No.
I had the privilege of being an assistant principal at Comeaux, and it was not in good shape, and it's still not in good shape. I had the privilege of being the principal of Acadiana High School, and it was not in great shape. It was in good shape, but not great shape. We have, in the next 18 months or so, it's gonna be a much better facility. But the academics at each one of those schools was outstanding. Any student had the ability, right, to get a great education by attending those schools. The teachers were proud, the administration was proud, custodians and cafeteria members were proud of each one of those facilities. And like everybody says, the building doesn't make the school, the people in the building make the school. So I just wanted to let you said we never talk about academics, but I will talk about academics because it's near and dear to my heart. I did it for a long, long time. Doesn't matter what building you sit in, but it does matter who teaches and what kids go to those schools. So I want to just mention that. And also I want to mention about the Career Center. While I was the principal at Acadiana, we always made it an emphasis to try to get those kids to go to the Career Center. Transportation was never an issue, and it's not an issue for any school. Students get to school, all high school students get to school at the same time. They get on the bus when the bell rings, and they're driven to the Career Center. Doesn't matter how far you are from it. What matters is you have transportation. Then they're brought back to school. Then the afternoon group would leave and go to the Career Center, and then they would be brought back before school was over to either catch the bus to go home or to participate in extracurricular activities. So transportation was never an issue for the Career Center. Now, you can know I've never been in favor. It goes against everything that I believe in as a professional educator to ever close the school down. But I'm gonna tell you, we need, as a system, we need an upgrade in the Career Center. So that has to be an emphasis for every kid in the parish to have that opportunity. So I just wanted to mention academics and not facilities this time, okay? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Ma'am, you're up.
I wanted to say a few things, David, if you
Okay.
got time. So I just want to
Sure.
say, so one thing, you mentioned the CSG study and Northside High being at the bottom. The reason why it was the last agenda item is because the closing of the other schools, S.J. Montgomery, Dusau, and the Comeaux move, the funding mechanism tied to rebuilding Northside was tied to those funding mechanisms. So like, it makes sense, right? What I don't want to do is if we just say, oh yeah, we're going to rebuild Northside High with no funding mechanism attached to it, because that's just giving people false hope, and like, we need to make sure we have the money there. So like, that's why it was put last on the agenda, because those other dominoes had to fall. When that failed, what should have happened is the proposal should have come back to the board with a funding mechanism to rebuild Northside High. I've not seen one yet. So that's what's holding up a lot of the funding for us. It's like, where is the funding mechanism for it, right? The second thing is, like, one thing that I've been talking when people ask me about, like, the barrier to entry for the Career Center for Northside students is mostly academics, because I don't think I have to preach to say the academics going on in schools in the Northside has been atrocious for a long time, and I use the word atrocious very carefully. Paul Bro, almost an F school, even when the gifted and French immersion was there, if you pull the subgroups and you pull African American students, they were almost an F group of students. Baranco, Falk, Boucher. Before we put ACE programming in there, those schools were not given the best education. So when you get to Northside, by the time you get to Northside High, after you've been through a K-8 system, you're about 2 to 3 years behind in a 4-year program. Like, that's the barrier to entry. We're trying to fix that. Mr. Todd and Ms. Vanessa over here are working with us on how do we fix education. I can tell you, Falk's on track to be an ACE school, correct? Like, we're working on it, but like, until we can clear those systemic education problems, there's always going to be a barrier to entry for the Career Center. And we're working on it, right? I'm not saying it's a perfect system, and like, we shouldn't talk about the flaws in the system, but there's a barrier to entry. And like, I can tell you the turnarounds we're seeing in the elementary schools are getting there. The K-8 school we're going to build when we put ACE programming there is going to help turn around. That way, when you get to Northside High, yeah, you're at your correct level, because we have not been doing a great job over the years with that. Like, I can agree with you on that. The second thing I want to talk about is the investment in Northside. I said this when at the night of the CSG meeting. Like, you can go pull LCG data, because they have the studies. Like, there's been a historic uninvestment in the Northside. Like, we don't even have, like, we have the numbers to prove it. We do want to build. Like I've said before, I've told Ms. Tran, I support a rebuild or a remodel of Northside, but we have to have a funding mechanism for it. Like, the same thing with the Career Center. I want to see alternative proposals, but it's been 1.5 years since we voted the last Comeaux vote, like the first Comeaux vote we did after CSG, and I've not seen any alternate funding mechanisms or any alternate proposals come to the board. So, like, when my district needs something, right, I got the superintendent, and I tell you, Dr. Rabelais sometimes doesn't want to hear, especially when the grass don't get cut, right? Like, Dr. Rabelais had to talk to them the other day about the grass not getting cut at Lafayette Elementary. Like, I come to them and I'm like, and I talk to Mr. Anthony over there, and I say, we need to work and find the money from my school system. So like, it's why Broadmoor's getting a wing addition. It's why we're working on a wing addition for Myrtle Place. It's why I'm looking at problems with the car rider line pickup system at Edgar Martin. And we're working on all that, because I pull them in and I say, this is what I need and want from my district, and that's what needs to happen. And like, I am in support of initiatives for the North Side. When it comes down to my district, you can put the Career Center on the North Side, or you can put the Career Center at Comeaux, right? The Lafayette High is still going to show up, right? we need to see proposals, and we need to push to see proposals if that's what we want to do. But like, I've not seen anything yet. So it's frustrating for me, because when I leave this meeting, I gotta go back to District 6 and be like, what do you guys need, and fight for that. And sometimes I just don't see where's the fight for the funding sometimes. And like, we don't have to fight. Let me use the word fight. But like, where's the discussion around the funding? And like, we need to have those discussions.
Yeah.
And like, that's the challenge that I have. It's like, academic-wise, we have 2 issues. We have a facility issue, we have an academics issue at schools in Northside. Like, I think we can both agree on that. Like, we're trying to tackle the academic issues at the same time as like, what do we do around facilities? And like, I can't complain. Lafayette High is a brand new, beautiful building. That's why you don't see me sitting here and arguing like, where do we put more money in District 6? It's because I got a lot going on, and I'm happy for it. But like, I do fight and argue for it. Like, I talk to everyone when I need stuff.
Right.
And like, we need that type of argument going on about, or not argument, like, we need that type of discussion on where's the funding mechanism for those programs, because from my perspective, I have not seen them yet. I want to see them. So that's the challenge. And like, I don't disagree with you. Like, I understand it. I just say, like, there is some, like, as a board member, I can only, when it comes to other districts, like, I do want to support them, I do support my other districts, but I need to see that information to make a decision. So, we need to work together, is what I'm basically saying. Sorry, I didn't want to take up, I see.
Mr. Lejeune, I'd like to speak whenever Mr. Bergeron is done.
Ma'am?
Can I speak at
Yes,
this point?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, there's so much to respond to everything that you said, Mr. Bergeron, because the Northside High on the CSG recommendation being at the bottom of the list, that in itself was a problem, because the funding mechanism for all the plan itself that CSG provided, noting that what Dr. Williams just stated in terms of Northside High being either first, second, or third on the list for rebuild for however many years, Northside High, the funding mechanism for Northside High should have actually probably been before the K-8 school. But we know that the K-8 school, we're addressing that because there is a middle school issue that we need to address in that regard. So being on the bottom of the list, well, actually Northside should have been on the top, because the funding stream, the mechanism should have been for what the school system has identified even before this board became in our seats, what the school system has identified as the last high school that should be rebuilt, and it has not been for however many years, for however many reasons, and all of this. And you know, it's really embarrassing to sit here and but also equally be appreciative to the Pew Foundation for putting monies into the Lafayette Parish school system for the ACES program, because Falk, Barranco, and now Boucher would still be DF school, because the school system did not take on their own responsibility to fund these schools, to make certain that the proper resources were in these schools. And quite frankly, no one can convince me otherwise, because look at how easy it was with the funding stream to then build these students, this school, Barranco, Falk, and Boucher, so that now the students, those schools, can get off the DF list and now be on the B and approaching A list. So it has always been about the priorities of the school system not being equitable and equal for all across the district. And so when we talk about Mr. Lejeune, and I so agree with you in terms of the academics and not talking about the brick and mortar for the schools, because my daughter actually graduated from Lafayette High, not the Lafayette High that exists now. And it didn't matter, right? She was getting what all she needed at Lafayette High. But that also comes with the resources that you're putting into those schools to get the output that you want to see for those students and all of that. And so that, as you have stated before, Superintendent Touchette, each school has their own CEO, and that is so absolutely right. I so support you and agree with you on that. But those CEOs need to have the resources to be able to be successful and build each of those schools to where a school on the north side can be just like a school on the south side. And so in working and being part of this school board, you know, these are things that they truly can't have a blind eye to. We know Northside High hasn't been rebuilt. And we can't say, you know what, we just gave y'all the K-8 school. Because we all came together for that. And so when we look at, as you said, Mr. Bergeron, when we look at, you know, how can we talk about and look at the funding mechanisms, you haven't seen anything yet. So if we're looking at a whole new rebuild for a career center, moving it to Comeaux, where are we getting the money for that if we haven't even addressed Northside High rebuild or remodel or whatever? And so I think we have to look at what those fucking funding mechanisms, and I'm sorry, funding mechanisms. That was just a slip. That's definitely. Yeah. Funding mechanism priorities. What are the funding mechanism priorities do we have? What exactly? And maybe that slipped to make this room a little lighter because, it's thick in here. And it has been for several months. The air has been very thick. And so, Mr. Mouton, in regards to funding for an alternative plan beyond the Career Center moving to Comeaux, is that something that you can put on your calendar to meet with me to have a conversation? I'm sure you can whenever you have the available time to have that conversation.
I'm sure we can schedule a time in the future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mouton, as well as Superintendent Touchette in that regard, because I have had many discussions with Superintendent Touchette on Northside High, about Northside High. It's not going to be a first-time conversation. We've had many conversations about Northside High, as well as every school in District 4, including the Career Center.
Okay, ma'am?
I was waiting, did Ms. LeBeau want to say something?
Yeah, I just was going to echo what Mr. Bergeron said, which is the reason Northside was last on the list is we needed the funding mechanism, and the funding mechanism was going to come from the closure of Comeaux High School. That's what CSG's recommendation was. So I just want to remind everybody that's where we decided to keep two schools open. We decided to keep that school open, which meant that we could not then therefore build another high school. So that's why it fell in the order it did, is that we had to close several schools, Dusant and Comeaux, in order to build another school. So just to add on to his.
Let me. I've been, for those of you that don't know, I've been in government for 16 years, and I studied. It wasn't the fact that it was just listed chronologically last, right? I don't want you to think that that was the point. It's where your mind is. You see it as what you just described. You see it as, in order for you to get what you want, we have to jump through these hoops. And my only point to you is that, I'm not going back and forth. I just want to make sure. The point of it was that, to Board Member Tran's point, it's not your priority. You've shown it's not a priority for you. Because your priorities, as was said, once I got my school, I was done. So how can we that just have 2 members for 40 years keep coming to these boards saying, do the right thing? I wasn't necessarily, and I'll close with this.
Yeah.
I wasn't necessarily talking about, it was the placement, but the bigger point was that, in order for you to get that, you have to do this, this, and this. My point is that it shouldn't have been that hard for you. Yeah. If you want to do the right thing, you know what's going on there. I mean, as soon as you cross Congress Street, all of us know what we need. And when these 2 people say it, you should at least give them the consideration for understanding the predicament and the shoes that they live in every day, because it's a very different life for them and for those children. That was the bigger point I want to make sure you understand.
And just so you know, since I've served on this board, Timmy Chasson he's the only one that's brought a formal agenda item with regard to rebuilding of Northside, and I think it was a unanimous vote to put that money away. And then again, when the vote came for Truman, we all unanimously supported the building of Truman, and we all unanimously supported the building of the K through 8. So I think we need to have a proposal put forward. And again, funding mechanisms matter, right? We have to make sure that we can do it. So I don't think anybody's against it. I think it's just a matter of, as Ms. Trahan talked about, meet with them and put together a funding proposal and putting it as a agenda item, because I don't think this board has ever said no. I've never said no, at least on my time, when something's come before us. It just has never come before us as a complete and total proposal. It was the one-time ask on, I think, Representative Chasson's list for the $3 million. That is the only, I would say, comprehensive ask that's been done. Otherwise, it's been to upgrade facilities or do renovations. We've all, those things have happened, but it's not a overall proposal. And again, I would never venture to go into somebody else's district and say, I'm gonna put forth a proposal on what you should do in your district. I want that community to speak for it. So that's what I think is at least in my 6 years. I've only been on here for 6 years, but at least in my 6 years, that's the only thing that's been put up that's been asked for a larger ask with regard to that specific school.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. We're ready for you now.
Boy, he's a hard act to follow. I'm just going to say that. Mary Lib Gercio, and gosh, I've got so many other things to say, but what he said is certainly where we should be. I'm going to respond kind of ad hoc. Ms. LeBeau, he shouldn't have to ask. Northside should be a priority. It should be in every plan. So don't transfer the responsibility to the community that has the greatest need and tell them that they need to ask, because they've asked and they hadn't gotten. This should be a priority of the school system. If they care about all students, which you should, whether they're in your district or not, then you should have been the ones to say, Northside is overdue. Let's put it at the top of the funding list before we add on to Acadiana, before we do whatever we're going to do. Let's make this a priority, because it's way past their turn to do this. So that's the first thing. So, secondly, there was first of all, it appears to me that what's happened here is that a plan has been put together, and then the means have been decided afterwards. Instead of working from the bottom up and tapping into this wellspring and caring community that are affected by the decisions that you're going to make, you could have had this input, the data, the ideas, the caring, the rapport, the community consensus building. All of this should have been done before. That's where you start. 40 years ago, almost, I was in the same position that parents of Comeaux High School students are finding themselves. We chose to put our 3 children in public schools. We had the means to put them wherever we wanted. We wanted them to have a public education experience. All 3 of them ended up at Lafayette High School. Lafayette High School, as you see it, before it was torn down and after it's been rebuilt, would not even be here if those of us in the community that saw what was happening with its atrophy because it lacked a feeder zone. Lafayette High School was in the center of the community, and the rural areas, which are the logical areas of growth, as Roddy noted. You know, your graying areas of this inner city school areas and neighborhoods. But it was zoned, it was the actual plan for this. Lafayette High was in the center, but it had nowhere to grow. So the solution for the Lafayette High School situation was rezoning. Rezoning is a monster. I mean, it is not something that anybody wants to go through. But we recognized that it was the only tool that we had because we could not get support on the school board to make it happen. So as a result, a few of us got together and we started raising hell. And we got enough support that we got the item placed on the agenda. Dr. Branco proposed that there be a biracial committee established and that they would provide, these people would be selected, they would be selected by the community. They would not be named by the board, removing all auspices of politics whatsoever. But they agreed, the board agreed on which organizations were representative of the community, and they, in fact, then did make their nominations. There were 7 white members, 7 black members. We met every week. I was one of those that were chosen. We met every week for 1 year. Our charge, as we saw it, after we got to know each other as people, as parents, as grandparents, as community members, our charge, we felt, was to do what was right for all of the children. It didn't matter what color they were, what faith they were, where they lived. All children come into this world and they deserve an opportunity, a fair opportunity. So what we did as a biracial committee, and I'm going back over this because it may be something that a lot of you are not aware of because it was a long time ago. But we developed a series of guidelines to offer to the school board so that the process would be fair, it would be accountable, and it would meet. At that time, we were still under desegregation order. So we proposed these guidelines, and I was up here one day, and I pulled the archives, and they're still there, in case anybody wants to see them. And Dr. Branco noted, he said, well, the board can't actually, we can receive them, but the federal judge has to approve them because we're under court order. We submitted them to the federal judge and waited for his comment. He sent our recommended guidelines, not a map, not, who's going to go here, where, but sent our guidelines back to the school board and said, absolutely. In fact, this is exactly how any school districts in the United States that are dealing with shifting enrollment, racial disparities, racial displacement, how you should deal with this issue. And so he gave it his total blessing and imprimatur, which made it very difficult for the school board, which I'm sure you can imagine, because here you had the federal judge overseeing the Alfredo Trahan versus school board case saying, hey, this is what you need. If you do it like this, then your plan is going to work and you will get to unitary status. It wasn't quite that simple because the school board still didn't want to rezone. And I ran into my old buddy, John Earl Guidry, in the back as I came into the meeting tonight. And we were often on different sides of this thing because football, you had to have the feeder zone for football and what have you. But the point here is that it was difficult for the school board members because what had to be done was truly a major full district rezoning. And that's essentially the vote that came down was an 8-6 vote. It was very close. And then the plans were developed by professionals and submitted. And the main thing that I cared about got into this about was as a parent, because my children were my children were not able to get the classes that they qualified for and that they wanted, the electives that they wanted. And that was not right. But I didn't want to have to send them to a private school to get what I felt like my public schools should have been providing. So at any rate, the outcome of this was that rezoning on a massive scale did occur. It was done according to the guidelines because the judge wouldn't have approved it otherwise. And this is in Lafayette High suddenly had a feeder zone. Every high school had a feeder zone. Now, so many other things that have been said tonight that I want to address. The lady that spoke first mentioned the deed that Comeaux, of gifting the property for Comeaux High School to the Lafayette Parish school system. I have not heard any response from the attorney, from the superintendent, regarding what the legal status of that is, and I want to hear it. And I have not been down to the clerk of court's office to do so, but if she is correct, then that is a point where you need to start, because without meeting that legal requirement, everything else here is moot.
Mr. Hammonds has an answer for you.
I have a copy of the deed that was handed to me a little while ago.
All right.
I had seen it before. I'm just going to read one sentence. It is understood and agreed that if the property herein donated is not used for public educational purposes for a period of 1 year, then the title of said property shall revert to the donors herein or their heirs or assigns, and I won't read the rest.
So there's no mention of secondary requirement?
At the beginning of that paragraph, it said, this donation is made to donee for public school purposes at the secondary level, but then it goes on to say that it has to be, it's only a revocation is available if it's not used for public educational purposes. And
so a little tricky there. But you can see that it could be argued in court if there were people who were unhappy enough with the action of this board to choose to take it down that road. So
well, you can argue almost anything in court, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I've been through my share of those too. However, the point, even if that did not exist, Comeaux High School, in talking with students in the back of the room, they said, you know, it floods very rarely and only in 2 places. And you said $16 to $18 million to address flooding issues?
No, I said the majority of that, we've spent, what, 6 to 8 million on the Performing Arts Center? 7 million on the Performing Arts Center. The remainder of it has been put into facilities, but a majority of it has been put into the plumbing and the flooding. We've had the girls' gym would flood consistently. We've had to redo that floor several times. Regrading of the property, pipes in the property. So a lot of it has to do with that issue.
Okay. Well,
because if you look at it, it is the lowest point in that
Bowles.
area. Right.
Okay. So here's my question then, or just comment about that.
And I can only speak to the last 6 years. I've only been on the board 6 years. So.
I understand. Well, it's been about 35 years for me. So I don't understand why you would make that kind of investment on a campus of a school. And I don't think you've addressed the cost of the improvements to the athletic track and field area, and then walk away from it. So
the athletic facilities will remain. They will be utilized by the entire Lafayette Parish school system if the proposal as proposed goes through.
We're not talking about the impact on the entire school district. We're talking about the families that are currently going to Comeaux High School. When the discussion started happening, and I'll admit to you that my husband and I, after my school board term, he kidnapped me. He said, I'm going to take you far away, because he said, I don't ever get to see you. He said, I don't want you going to any more school board meetings. And so as a result, I didn't know what happened in those interim years. But what I'm seeing now is that you're in the same place. You really are dealing with the same issues. The zone, the student population, to justify the capital investment at Southside so that you could build that school, justify building that school, you siphoned off several hundred students from Comeaux High School. Now, if you had not done that, and I would love to see the data run on that, if you had not made that change, where would the enrollment of Comeaux be today? Would you have lost enrollment? You might still, just because of the advent of charter schools and the expansion of private and parochial schools. But the point is that there was a deliberate excision of enrollment potential from Comeaux High School, and you've given it now to Southside, which I'm sure is a very fine facility. And it's in an area that is booming, just like Scott is booming. So I don't care whether you have the opportunity and the plans to add addition 1, addition 2. If you've got a school that can still function and may need some additional upgrading, then why do that? You know that that area is going to be growing. Why are you not doing some spot rezoning? Again, I say that knowing how unpleasant it is. But from a taxpayer standpoint, and believe me, I represented the same district that Hannah Smith Mason did, and there was a lot of private school parents in that district. And those people wanted to make sure that their tax dollars were being spent properly. They were not sending their kids to public schools, but they were paying taxes to operate the public schools. And so I was hearing, just like you hear, from people from both sides. And you know what? It makes a whole lot of sense. From the standpoint of the vocational center, I love vocational centers. I was a proponent of vocational ed when I was on the school board. Ted Ardoin from Karen Crow was an outstanding visionary vocational education director. And we're all having the legacy. He was so far ahead of his time. And so I understand the need for that. I guess what I'm confused about is if you've got, and Northside's got the room for it, why would you not put the vocational school on the Northside campus? Invest in Northside. If you can't improve
And close Comeaux?
Pardon?
And still close
No,
Comeaux,
I'm not
right?
saying close Comeaux. I'm saying
Okay,
that
so if you want to build a new career center, but you also want to keep all 8 high schools open, but then you also don't.
I didn't say
I'm just trying
that.
to determine where you're getting the funding from.
Well, where are you going to get the funding for to build the addition on Southside?
I think not we, because I'm still going to vote no, but I think it's been said 5 times where the funding comes from. We could say it's 6. We may want to remember too that, and you got a good point about this rezoning as it relates to a massive rezone, because prior to Southside being built, it had been 30 years since this district did a massive rezone. This district did a massive rezone when Southside was built. It didn't just rezone Comeaux, it rezoned every high school in the district and middle schools in the district in order to get back into line. My godmother was left Milton High School at the end of her junior year because it was closing, just like Youngsville High School did, and just like Judice High School and many other high schools in the district did over the many decades. And she was torn because she was leaving her high school at her end of her junior year to become a senior at Comeaux. And I'm glad she's still with us, and I'm very glad to hear her calling me and fussing about closing Comeaux, because she left angry, and today she's proud of what this district did. And so, that's a personal story, and I think that speaks to consolidation of schools, which was done back then. And that is really where the taxpayers, you mentioned taxpayers' dollars, and that's what this is about. And what happens is, it also needs to be about the emotional side, right, about the students, much about the students.
Educational
However,
side.
when you are elected to a position, whether it's a school board or a city council or a state legislature, your job is to manage taxpayer dollars. That's what we do. And so what's trying to happen, whether the Career Center stays on the north side, whether the Career Center moves, I'm not getting into that because we already know where I am. I'm getting into the fact that something has to happen. Yes. And I'm going to repeat it again. We can't say that we're just going to do a rezone and expect that those kids will go there. They will not. And, you know, if someone, whether I decide to run or not, or whether somebody beats me in this seat, if they feel different, I don't want to find out the hard way. I don't want kids to leave and homeschool and more charter school and give charter schools more of an opportunity to build. Somebody said, well, that school in Broussard is just going to be a K-8. Yeah, for a couple of years. And then so what we don't want is we don't want to give them that opportunity. We want to allow kids to go, ready, where they want to go, if we can help it. And right now, what bothers me the most is that in our own school system, not including kids who have already left the Comeaux zone to go to charter school, in our own school system, out of 1,030 or 1,020 something students zoned, only 600 and something go. That tells me a story that no one here can convince me otherwise about. And I'm afraid that if we start to rezone to Comeaux and try to tell these kids, like we used to be able to do 30 years ago, no, this is where you're going to go to school. You can't do that anymore. So much more homeschool going on right now. So I can't wait for you to get up to speak, ma'am. I can't wait to hear what you have to say. So much charter school, private school. Competition is there, and we have to fight the competition. So I can't disagree with anything I've heard today, but there can only be one decision.
Okay, so bottom line, this is a tough job. And it's a very dynamic situation. But you've really, really handled this poorly. I'm sorry, you have handled it poorly. You've gone to the community and told them this is what you're going to get, instead of getting with the community and explaining to them exactly what you said. Is it, you know, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. We've got, parents have a lot of options, and we're trying to survive. You have lost, as I saw the last number, 60,000 students. In MFP over time, there were 40,000 in the school district when I was on the board. When this costs you money, now you've got a governor who's talking about taking more of your MFP dollars in order to fund teacher pay raises. Well, I'm all for teacher pay raises. However, teachers know, teachers by and large voted against that constitutional amendment because they knew what it was all about and what it wasn't. So what he's going to do in order to preserve a voting block is he's going to cut MFP, which will then drive more children into Louisiana Gator, into charters, into private schools, because they have options. So what I'm appealing to you tonight as someone that no longer has any children, my children left Louisiana. And they're not coming back. I'm appealing to you now as a concerned citizen, as a former school board member who really cares still and believes in the importance and value of public education. I'm appealing to you to do the right thing, do better than what you've done. And I just don't see it happening, I'll be honest with you. And I don't know, I'm like Chris, in that you're going to do what you're going to do, but I don't have to like it. And I can tell you that the next time you've got a bond issue coming up, I will be there working against its passage. I promise you that. Because I don't think that the board deserves to have the community's support if you don't listen to your community and help them understand what the changes are, what the opportunities are. Hear them, as Amy was saying. So, honestly,
I don't mean a back and forth, but ma'am, I have listened to my community, and I'm standing by the decision that my community has told me what they want, and you're telling me that either I'm wrong or they're wrong, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. What I'm saying is I am listening to my community.
Okay. Can we agree that you have? I am also a person that has sent emails to my school board member and have not gotten a response. So, you know, shame on my school board member who is also not present tonight. However, what I'm speaking to you is your community.
Ma'am, Ms. LeBou has a quick comment.
I just want to say that your question about funding, it is much less expensive to build a wing onto Southside as a phase 2 and to build a career center, which I think we quoted, what, $20 million to build? We're talking we visited several beautiful facilities, I have personally, and we're talking metal buildings, cinder blocks, but they're gorgeous. And these kids are having the ventilation and the proper setup for the training and the skills that they need, the credentialing that they need. That's what we're envisioning. It's a lot less expensive to build a very expansive career center in a phase 2 than it is to build an entire new traditional high school or to upgrade a 1966 high school to the niceness that it would be to equivalate to some of these new schools. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I think that when you look at the funding overall, and you've been in this position, it's a difficult position, but when you look at the funding and the accessibility and the strategic planning, it is, I think it weighs, at least objectively, it weighs a lot more in favor funding-wise to expand onto a newer facility. It's going to be more energy efficient. It's going to be, again, you're building onto an existing facility with a phase 2 that's already drawn out, so you've already paid the money for the architects, the appraisal, all those things. And then, again, the Career Center, we're not looking at building something like a massive traditional high school. It would be a career and technical facility with the accelerated school attached.
And the cost of that is?
We did get some preliminary, we just looked at some preliminary facilities
Was it at 65,000?
that are comparable, and it's what? Mr. Tushak, could you elaborate a little bit on?
35 million.
35 million.
35 million.
So that's going to be a lot, building a south side, that's $100 million. You're building
Will that have to be bonded?
a south side, a Lafayette High, $100 million. We're not talking about spending that kind of money. We're actually going to be much more energy efficient, much more scalable, and the funding actually will be much more, it will impede less upon our budget to do that than right now running a school that's at 30% capacity, energy inefficient, very, the funding does and the numbers do weigh in favor of this proposal.
And Ms. LeBeau, this is exactly the kind of conversation that these families are wanting and are missing.
And we tried to put that information out in 2024 with CSG.
But you
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
do this like this. This has to be done in a different setting. But the issue here is you still are doing nothing for Northside High School.
Thank you,
But we
ma'am.
can't-
They're not even one of the high schools where the students that are being dispersed from Comeaux, as I recall, unless I'm mistaken about that, can go to.
Yeah, we did have some students opt to waive into Northside High School.
But was it one of the schools that was listed?
Yes, it was,
Okay,
absolutely. We
okay,
had some students select it. Mhm.
Okay. So, but you have a campus there that also needs.
I think we had one student, yeah.
You have a campus there that has space. You have a campus there that has a population that would really benefit and support this. And you're still talking about building at Comeaux. Now, wait, before you say anything more.
Proposal, obviously, that's not the last proposal that will ever be put before this board.
Well, I
That's
hope
just the
not.
current proposal that the hearing is about currently. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So the deed then, Mr. Attorney, School Board Attorney, the deed is silent on what happens if you don't build anything. Does it revert back to the family? The property.
You're saying if you close the school and don't build?
Or you close the school and you only build the vocational center, which will have a very small footprint, then how is that going to impact? You will still have to mow that grass, you'll have all that acreage. What latitude does the school system have relative to the unused acreage at Comeaux High School if you only put the vocational center on it?
Well, it's going to be the description of the property in the first page of this document, which I don't have. So that whatever that entire description is impacted by the conditions placed on that description. And again, it says as long as it's used for public educational purposes. Now, public educational purposes can serve a lot of things. That could be teacher training. That could be a number of programs outside of my area of expertise.
But the
I think that would mean
BOs
that the entire, if any piece of the property is used in that way, I think it means that's acceptable.
But the BO family could also exercise their option and say, you know what? We don't really see this fulfilling the original mission, and we want that property back because it'd be a whole lot, we can develop this and do a whole lot of other things with it. I'm just telling you that there are people that are thinking about these options because people are upset with this, and they don't feel that you've got a solid plan.
Yeah.
The data is made to fit the plan you want, not the needs that the community sees. And I think that's basically where you have gone wrong, and it's why this is going to cost you more and more students, and more MFP dollars are going to go to be siphoned off from the Lafayette Parish school system. And that makes me very, very, very sad, because I believe in public education and spent a lot of time supporting it when I could, and our children were part of it. So I don't know what else to say to you, because I don't agree with the way in which you've approached this. I don't see what the rush is now. You know, it used to be that having a school with 600 students was not such a big deal. Mr. Lejeune, are you okay? Okay. Okay. Sure, sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josh Shedman, School Board Member, District 3. For the last 2.5 years, I don't say much on the board. I just get out there in my community and go boots on the ground and make things happen. A few people in here that's in the room right now knows my work in the community. But I'm just sitting down right here thinking, and Mr. Hidalgo is one of my good friends on the board. Mr. Hidalgo said he talked to his community, and I also talk to my community as well. Mr. Hidalgo, is no shade to you, my friend. In the immediate area of my community I serve, there's 4,500 households in the Oasis Community Coterie. I do 4,500 households. Only 6 households make $100,000 a year. So if you do the math, 85% of them is probably from single homes or living in houses that came down from their grandmothers and everything they got through successions or through wills. And my community suffers a lot from a lot of things on the north side of town, like food insecurities. We have to build pantries. Some of these kids go to the pantry in the morning, get a breakfast bowl or a little nutrition snack even before they get on the bus, because the Oasis Coterie pantry was built for that purpose. Right now we got 85 kids right now at Camp Expired, the MLK Center. 85 kids. The normal rate for a kid for the camp is like $125 a week. We got 85 kids there right now for $50 for 6 weeks, and we still have a financial insecurity, so we got to raise sponsorships to cover that $50 for 6 weeks. I'm only doing that to paint a picture of getting y'all to understand the people I represent. Throughout the course of this time we've been talking, the word legacy has been thrown around a few times. And we want to establish a new legacy. We want to continue a new legacy. But why take away from a legacy that's already established? On Orange Street. My grandmother has 6 rent houses on Orange Street. She's no longer living with us now, but she has 6 rent houses on Orange Street. In order to get to the Career Center, E.J. Sam, or Paulboro, you got to pass them 6 white houses. These shotgun houses, you open the front door, you can see the back door. But we grew up in those houses, and we felt love and commitment from our grandmother. We're talking about the Comeaux situation, which you all know how I feel about the Comeaux situation. I'm still staying firm on that. However, certain things need to be done better as a board member, my board members. None of this went through the facilities program. We had a long-term plan and facilities program, which changed to the facilities program. None of that went through. The HVAC stuff at WD Career Center never went through. And then in turn, that should have gone to the finance committee to where we could show them the numbers with a cost, and then they would come up and give a recommendation to the board. That hasn't been done. I was in Super One the other day at the cashier, and the lady at the cashier that was behind me asked me, Mr. Edmond, she said, I support you, but tell me what differences I'm experiencing having my kids at Lafayette Parish School System. She said, because on this side, the railroad track, Mr. Williams, you said, Dr. Williams, you said, on one side of Congress, but I think it's on one side of Bertrand. It's completely different. And I just want to tell y'all that people, places, and things affects our attitude, thoughts, and beliefs. Therefore, it produces a different behavior. The behavior that this community has been put on for this school board right now is behind the attitude, thoughts, and beliefs that they see being done. And Ms. Mary, you talk about there are 7 board members of one color, 7 board members of one color. In actuality, I was raised to see a man and a woman. You know, so no shade to you as well, but until we come to that unified part, you know, we still gonna have problems. But moving forward to be on a unified front, and just to be on with Ms. Trahan, the Career Center, E.J. Sam, Paul Brook Current Site, J.W. Falk, and Barranco, that's 5 schools in District 4. Now we know we're getting a new Paul Brook K-8, but if everything goes through the way it looks like it's going through, that'll leave on the north side Evangeline, Caden Middle, and LaRosion, but LaRosion is not technically a school, LaRosion is an alternative program. That'll be 5 schools and maybe possibly 1 person term in 1 district that'll be destroyed. That's my thoughts and comments. Thank you.
I want to close with this question, and thank you for your patience in listening to me. The progress that's been made with the Pew Foundation has been impressive. Children are not born stupid. They just have a harder path sometimes to get to being smart. What is the status of the Pew programs at Barranco? I used to call it MP Moss, Barranco, Falk, and LaRosen. Will that be extended, Mr. Superintendent?
As of right now, we have 1 more year, and then we have a 2-year extension from that particular point.
If it is in the best interest of the students who have shown obvious progress, could that program be extended, assuming that the foundation were willing to continue its commitment? Would the school district be willing to continue that program in those schools?
Well, I will say that, number one, I feel like we need to start looking at ways to fund that ourselves. So this is going to give us some time to be able to work within our own finances, because believe it or not, we cannot depend on the pews 10 years from now. So what it comes down to is what Ms. Trahan stated, that this is a responsibility of the school system. We are very gracious that they have given us this opportunity. We see that it's working, and we need to find something in this budget to make sure that we can continue that progress well beyond the support we get from the pews.
And I would agree that you do need to be supporting that, just like you need to support Northside. But until that happens, and given the trend of this school district, if the Pew Foundation were to offer to extend that service and that funding, I would certainly hope that this school administration and this school board would continue to do that.
Miss Mary, anytime someone wants to give us money, you better believe I'm going to
Well, you might want to ask some questions about that then. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. Lejeune. Mr. Lejeune.
Yes,
I also
ma'am.
had some comments to the conversation.
Okay.
Superintendent, you mentioned 35 million is what's potentially projected. And I just have a couple of comments regarding that. So the 35 million that we would spend on doing whatever we were going to do at Comeaux, priority 1 that we've spoken about, we've heard talk about, should be north side. But we're securing 35 million for potentially Comeaux Career Center. That's a far cry from, I heard Ms. LeBeau say 20 million, but then now it's 35 million. And so it's just hard for me to wrap my brain around that we would then take 35 million and pour it into Comeaux and not take 35 million and pour it into Northside. And we're looking at the new K-8 school, which actually is the feeder to Northside. So, but we're not addressing Northside and its current status. And so priority number one, in regards to looking at what priorities should be, financial priorities, if we can secure 35 million for Comeaux Career Center new legacy, but then we can't do that for Northside?
The only way that we're able to secure that 35 million is if we get that $2 million in reoccurring funds. You take that $2 million and you bond it out, and you get between 15 to 17 million per million, which will get you to the 35 million. So the only way that I am saying that we can get to this point of having that money is if there is going to be a closure of the staff members that are going to be at Comeaux. So again, that is 2 million plus there that we would re-bond out as far as getting the money that we would need to be able to take care of that 35 million.
And 2 million is truly cost saving.
I really believe it's going to be more, because when it's all said and done, I think that the building that we're in right now, there's some energy inefficiencies that take place, and taking that offline will again bring more money to what we can use at that point.
I would just like to see the figures for that, like truly itemized.
So, on you. So, go ahead, young man. Just make sure you give us your name.
Good evening. My name is Makai Johnson. I'm entering my sophomore year. My bad.
You good?
As I enter to prepare myself for sophomore year, I am saddened to see that the memories building a friendship at a school that I may no longer be graduating at. I understand that the board members have a difficult job and make decisions have a difficult job, and to make sure that people are seeing students are going to school, and for y'all to have the best interest in the students. I appreciate the dedication and service to our community. However, I hope they will consider the impact this decision has on students, family, and traditions that make Comeaux special. Ovey Comeaux to me is just not. It's not a school. It's a community. If you were there for a day or a week, you'd probably be like, "Oh, this is cool." But being there until a month, you would be like, "Oh, this is family," and family sticks together. So I'm here today to make sure that, as a student, probably the only student here, that we have a voice. As a student, we really don't have a say so. We just under a lot of guardianship, which is fine, like as a student. But Ovey Comeaux has like progressed in me. I've seen my best. I had worst sleep scores, unsatisfactory. This year, I had masteries, which is a celebration for me, because as a child, I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, so we don't really experience programs y'all have, y'all magnet accounts. We don't have none of that. We just have school. You just go there, get your education and leave. Lafayette Parish system has helped me, not only as a student, but as a person. It widens me up to the choices that I make. So therefore, I hope you guys do make a good decision. And even if it's not what I want, I still respect every single person up here. Thank you.
Thank you, young man. What school would you have gone to in North Louisiana?
New Orleans.
New Orleans. What school would you go to in New Orleans? All right. Yes, sir.
All right. I am Linton Broussard. I live in Youngsville, Louisiana, and I am going to try my best as quick as I can to speak on Comeaux, the Career Center, and Northside High, because I've been watching and listening to and observing a lot of what's been going on with a lot of different people, and that's something I've always done. But before I say that, I want to say this, because this is something I've learned a long time ago growing up in Lawtell, Louisiana. And if anybody knows anything about Lawtell, Louisiana, most of it probably ain't good. If you take care of people, people are going to take care of you. And that's not something that we have seen from the team that is to be the Lafayette Parish School Board system. I've heard today a lot of people who talk about their district and their district. If you do something that makes the whole district better, guess what it does to charter schools and private schools and home schools? I just want y'all to think about that. When people see you working as a unit, they want to be a part of that. But when they see people looking out for their own interest, guess where everybody goes? Somewhere else, which is why charter schools have jumped on Lafayette Parish. Lafayette Parish used to be a thriving parish, especially the north side. Because when I went to UL, I lived on the north side of Lafayette. It was bad, but it wasn't bad like it is now, because guess what happens when education is lacking? Can anybody tell me? Most of y'all know, right? Crime. It increases. And guess what? The majority of the people that look like live on the north side of Lafayette. People like me. And guess what those people think? People that don't look like me don't give a crap about them. And I'm saying that, and I love people who don't look like me. My job is to love people who don't look like me. My responsibility right now is to rebuild an organization that has been dead, that should not be existing. One of the first things I've learned is slow is fast. Fast gets you real slow, real quick. And the one thing that I have seen, especially this year, is how quick decisions have been made without considering the whole. Because I can eat a piece of pie. That's easy. But if I'm going to eat the whole thing, that's going to take a lot more work. And it's probably going to take more people being involved in eating that pie. But again, what do we hear? My district, my constituents. Yes, we have a responsibility to our constituents, but we have a responsibility to all students in our parish, because guess what Lafayette Parish looks like when the parish works together? That's not what we're seeing as the public. That's why I left my house to come here when Miss Amy was speaking, because I'm tired of sitting at home where some people have on this board have certain thoughts about me, but they don't really know who I am. I'm someone who will break my back for kids. I'm someone who will break my back for people who don't look like me. I know what discipline looks like for one kid to another. It doesn't look the same, which is the same thing with Comeaux. Small schools are good for a lot of people. The kids on my bus, the ones that are choosing to stay at Comeaux, who are getting rid of the JROTC program and not going to that, it's because they have a school that's small enough for everybody to feel like a family. To watch the administration this year and the staff and those students fight and be resilient when they had no absolute clue of what next year was going to look for most of them, it was hard. Some of them aren't coming back to Lafayette Parish school system. They already told me that. They didn't say whether they're going to charter or private school. Some did say they were going back to private school. But they don't want to be a part of Lafayette Parish school system because they know, based on what they've seen, that Lafayette Parish school system don't give a crap about them. Because guess what? All we have been hearing about is money. How many of you have said it's the success of every student that makes Lafayette Parish better? I've heard Mr. Lejeune talk about academics. What happened to Comeaux? Their academics increased. Could it have something to do with the fact they're a smaller school? And they have people that can invest in them there? Mr. Boardroom, what did he say? Paul Bro, horrible academically, an F school. Guess what? I was on the CSG Advisory Council. One of the things that I said and other people responded the same way. You see where things that are doing well are invested in. You see where things that are doing well are invested in. My son isn't gifted. He wasn't gifted at Paul Bro. It broke his heart to have to leave Paul Bro. He's going to Lafayette High School for gifted in arts. And he, before Comeaux was closed as the art school, he wanted to go to Comeaux when I wanted him at Lafayette High. I got what I wanted, I guess. But my son was fighting to go to Comeaux for the arts program. So I want y'all to understand, the people that are going to be successful are not y'all. They're my third grader going to fourth grade, my eighth grader going to ninth grade, the little boy on my bus who doesn't have a dad at home, who loves the heck out of me because I was hard on him. That's what the North Side doesn't have. Because guess what they see of the school system? The school system doesn't invest in us. They don't care about us. That's why North Side is still at the bottom of the agenda. And that's one thing we talked about with CSG. There's a whole lot of people that don't trust Lafayette Parish school system. And the way this decision that CSG presents comes out is going to determine how much less they trust Lafayette Parish school system. I was a part of that conversation. There were several other people who were part of that conversation. And guess where we are? How many of you have heard anything about the Northside High School long-term plan? We haven't. But at that meeting, that's where it said that Northside was going. Northside, again, gets the bottom of the barrel. If you invest in Northside High School, I can guarantee you the academics of that school is going to change. Whether you put money into it or not, how much money have y'all put into Comeaux? And they're now a B school? AB. So guess what? A dilapidated school is still successful academically. So do you think it takes money or does it take people? Because right now they don't have people. They have money. And that's the only thing that I see. My child is $sign to y'all. Both of my kids are $sign to y'all. I work for the Lafayette Parish school system. I love driving school buses because I get to see which kids need the most attention and I give it to them. And I can guarantee you that makes a difference in that child's life. And when a mom comes up to me because of what I've invested in their kid, that changes people's lives. I don't hear anything about the kids and the investment in the kids from any of you. Miss Amy has been busting her butt fighting that. Mr. Josh does his community service. I'm not sure what the rest of you do, but I say that because guess what? People who look like them recognize that. I am married to someone who does not look like me, so you can't say that I have a problem with that. So I just want y'all to know that. People are people. My son is not a $sign. Those kids at the charter schools are jumping for Broussard to build their charter school. Why? Because they know Lafayette Parish doesn't care about them, regardless of what they look like. You know what happens when people see a business failing and they have a product that comes from a competitor? Are they going to stay with that failing business or go to a competitor? I would too. So what does that business have to do? Figure out how to fix what it's been doing wrong to get those customers back. You don't just shut down the operation. But that's what it seems that we're doing. And we do find money for construction projects. We find it wherever it is. I'm saying we like I'm doing something, but I don't. But that's what we hear. Money, 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 money. We don't hear, hey, guess what? Has any kid at Northside High been successful in the last year? Nobody said anything about that. But I bet you there has been. But I bet you somebody's also invested in those kids. See, that's part of it. A school system, when I grew up, was a principal visiting your house if you screwed up. Was someone taking the initiative to say, I know it's just school, but I'm going to meet you somewhere else. And I know you can't do that these days, but I'm going to help you outside of my normal course of operation so that you can see that, guess what? You can do just as much as anybody else. And those kids are not kids that are the same kids anymore as adults. Most of the people that probably can do stuff about Northside Lafayette probably left Lafayette. Because guess what you do when you see an organization or a city that's not doing well? You leave. And then you get the single moms or the dads playing moms who now can't get their kids ready for school. And so their kids are sleeping on the bus to school because they don't sleep at night because they're taking care of a baby brother, a baby sister. That's what happens. Not just on the north side of Lafayette either. So when we think about our district and this district and that one, we need to think about all of it because all of those kids should matter to us. When Southside does well, it should be a catalyst to figure out how Northside can do what Southside's doing. When Comeaux does well, it should be a catalyst for Comeaux to be able to bring something to Northside or Southside or Acadiana High. Why does it seem like y'all got to compete when y'all should be working together? When Southside District 9 does well, it should help District 4. I've been on the board for 6 years. Okay, you got somebody brand new. Coach them. Lead them. Work as a team. Don't work against each other. Because guess what? When everybody succeeds, we all look good. Our parish looks good. Businesses begin to thrive and want to be a part of that. Y'all talk about the Career Center. I'm going to tell y'all something. When you forget or discredit the history and tradition of something and just get rid of it because you want something new, guess what you're telling everybody that fought for what's there now? That they don't matter. I love Lafayette Parish schools. My kids go to great schools. But that doesn't mean those schools are the only schools that should be invested in financially. Pay the best principal to go to Northside. I guarantee you teachers wouldn't care about a raise if they had an administrator. I'm not sure how the administrator is doing. He's probably doing great. But if you pay people what they're worth to do what you're expecting them to do, I can guarantee you it changes the culture of those schools. I bet you all have seen it at other schools in Lafayette Parish. So we need to stop thinking about money in terms of kids and start thinking about the investment that needs to be made in the schools, especially Northside High School. That seems to be the long-forgotten school because guess what happens if you mess with the only predominantly black school in Lafayette? All hell's going to break loose. Is that why Northside hasn't been touched? Nobody wants to say that, though, don't they? I'm sorry. This is what it looks like to people who are on the outside because they see the pain and they see the hurt of everything that's going on, my kids included. And my kids don't go to those schools because they see what's going on. I think about Buc-ee's, the Buc-ee's that's supposed to be on the other side of Lafayette. Do you think if Northside High School would have a little more investment, Buc-ee's would be a little more interested in getting their feet moving? Because education leads to businesses. Successful people bring successful companies. And if education isn't the place that starts, we ain't going to have LPSS. We going to have Acadiana Charter, Lafayette Charter, private schools, more home schools, which aren't home schools anymore because so many people are leaving the public school system. We got to think differently than money because, again, when you take care of people, they will take care of you. And y'all all know that, I'm sure. If you're married, if you take care of your spouse, they'll take care of you. If you take care of your kids are going to take care of you. Y'all all know that. Those things are not things that are new. When it comes to Comeaux and the flooding situation, I had the privilege of being on campus in the pouring rain. Comeaux ain't the issue with plumbing. Lafayette is the issue with plumbing because that water can't go nowhere. I've watched it as it was pouring rain when my bus broke down, by the way, with my students, and saw that as soon as it stopped raining and that water could move, Comeaux's property was clear. But nobody addresses the city part of that. They think it's all underground, under Comeaux. No, it's around Comeaux that doesn't move. So what is at Comeaux can't go anywhere. So maybe the city needs to be involved in that conversation because I can tell you this, the administration and the staff broke their backs this year knowing that the people that are up in the stands representing them are ready for them to be shut down. And they did not quit loving and caring for and speaking life into those kids. That's what we need at absolutely every school for those schools to be successful. There was a comment, and this is my last thing, I'm gonna shut up. There was a comment made about 1,000 plus or so students that should be at Comeaux and only 600 or so going to Comeaux. Where are those other 400, 500 students? Does anybody have data on that?
They're in our other high schools.
Can
in
you say
Lafayette
what
Parish.
programs they're in? Are they in magnet academies?
Yes.
Okay, so guess
And
what?
Ms. Gardner can give you that information.
Currently, in the 25-26 school year, there were 1,036 kids that were zoned for Comeaux. 20 of them chose Acadiana High, 3 chose Karen Crow High School, 604 remained at one point at Comeaux. Lafayette High, 245, Early College Academy, 54, David Thibodeau, 90, E.J. Sam, 6, Southside, 13, Northside, 1.
Okay.
432.
So I'm gonna just finish with this. Comeaux is not the fault of the attendance being down. They got choices to go to other schools that are schools designated for certain things. Guess what Comeaux has? Not even the JROTC program. So why would someone want to go there if they're not zoned for that, when they have options to go to a place that may be in their better interest? Instead of thinking money, think people, because that's what's going to matter to Lafayette Parish school system. Whether Lafayette Parish school system is or is not going to exist in the future is going to be determined by the decision you make to either close Comeaux, shut down a predominantly black area school that is it doesn't have to be nationally or historically recognized. The people in this town know. And if that doesn't matter to y'all, then that might be a side of town y'all need to spend more time on. Because until you do, and until you realize the significance of what y'all are trying to collapse, y'all are never gonna understand what people who look like me and live on the north side of town think about Lafayette Parish school system. They gonna just keep trying to go to charter schools because that's what y'all are giving them the opportunity to do. Because that's what y'all keep telling them. Actions speak louder than words. And y'all's actions have said a lot. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for what y'all do. It's a sacrifice that y'all have to make each and every day that y'all are here. But please know that we all have something invested in Lafayette Parish, and it's not adults, it's kids. And those kids are the ones that are gonna determine what Lafayette Parish looks like in the future. And what y'all decide plays a big part in the future of Lafayette Parish. So thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
My name is Shamika Senegal. As the gentleman said right here, you know, when I was watching via YouTube, I definitely had to come in and be able to speak because I believe that's what everyone wants. Everyone wants the school board to take responsibility, but also us as a community has to take responsibility because we haven't been paying attention to what has been going on. My father, who served 24 years in the U.S. Air Force, was one of the first to be moved to Lafayette High School whenever desegregation started from Paulboro to Lafayette High School. And one day he told me to look at this video, and I was able to see the documentary of where Paulboro and where the Career Center all started. And that's where even my passion comes from it. Because when I begin to look at this video, I realized that a lot of times we talk about money because it is a business, right? Even though it is about the students, it is a business, so we have to be wise. One thing that I've learned is how hard it is to start a business. So then I look at Paulboro Mr. Paul Bro, in the 38 acres of land that they brought, the 11 schools of training that they brought, the children having to walk 5 miles barefooted, and then 1 mile within the school, they would dust off their feet, put shoes on to go into these schools. And I look at that, and I look at the hard work. You know, Ms. LeBou, you talked about legacy and talking about changing the name of the Career Center. Whenever I realize you're changing, you're basically credit, what do they call it? Basically, you're taking the name of all the hard work that our people put into this system, and now you're switching it to Comeaux. Like, you know, it feels like a slap in the face because of all the hard work that they put in to now be able to educate Black people to say, you know what, you didn't have it. And if you look at it systematically, this has been done over and over again. When Paul Bro and Mr. W.D. Smith built that area, it was because people of color could not get the same education. So they built this area up, and then they were told that they would be able to build their schools in wood, and then the white schools would be built in brick, but the schools of color did not get the finances like they were supposed to. You know, so we pushed it off to Miss Amy Trahan not asking for the funds or whatever it might be, and that, you know, you won't go into someone else's district. She didn't ask you to come in her district to take the Career Center away either. But you're doing, but you're only looking from one aspect, and we're once again destroying another side of town where one, like the gentleman said, you know, if you don't give them education, you will build up the criminal justice system, and that's what we're doing. You see it. And then Mr. Hidalgo, you talked about academics. If we look academic, or maybe I believe it was you, talked about academics, the Northside kids don't even get the same education as the Southside kids, the Acadiana High kids, the Lafayette High kids. They have substitute teachers for ELA, a core subject that we need to be able to speak, not only speak, that we also need even just making sound decisions. We don't even give these kids on the North Side an opportunity. They don't show up in class because they have substitute teachers that will not stand up and say, go to class, Johnny, go do, like, we're not giving them the same opportunity, but we continue to rip opportunities away. So we can't even use the academics and say, okay, because of this, we're gonna move it. We're comparing apples and oranges here when they don't even get the same proper education. And also, even with the funding, you know, my father's always told me, one thing about even those that do illegal extracurricular activity, you never hear them say, I don't have the money to do it. You find the money to be able to pour into whatever it is that you desire. So why not do that for the north side of town? Why not look at the north side of town and say, you know what, this has it's becoming an eyesore to Lafayette Parish. Let's help build this area up. So now it could be a whole, all of us succeeding. You know, I'm grateful for the father that I had. I was able to grow up in better conditions, but because my father was in the military, he was wise about money. So I was able to grow up in better conditions, but I also look back, I'm only as strong as my weakest link. I'm definitely an underdog person. I want the underdog to succeed. And I look at the north side and look at all the opportunities being taken away. And then we give out numbers, but we don't give detail of how we got there. We kind of put a blanket over it and then tell us this is what you're looking at, when really we're not seeing the whole story. We're not seeing the whole picture. And a lot of us are new to this. You know, we may not know everything. We may not understand everything. We may say some things that, well, this is why, and you don't understand. But the thing is to sit here and not do something different, to sit here and continue systematically to take it away from minority children, it's messed up. You know, it's messed up. And so my dad, you know, like I said, I haven't practiced being long-winded, but that's really all I have to say. You know, let's really start to look at us as a whole and all of us work together.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Bergeau. I'm a parent of a child that this school system has already failed one time. If you remember when I spoke a couple months back, my son was in Catherine Drexel when it started through pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, special education. He's autistic. And the school system failed because he, in that last year at Catherine Drexel, before we pulled him out and put him into a small private school for a number of years, he went through, there was 4 teachers in a 3-month span, and he lost a whole year of his education because of the failures of that, because he didn't get the structure during that year. It was a whole lost year. And we gave the LPSS another chance. We gave the school system another chance whenever we saw an opportunity to put him into Broussard Middle because of the setup of the classes there. And he has done great at his 2 years at Broussard Middle and finished 8th grade last week over there. And now, but with all this upheaval, I worry about what's going to happen because we're zoned for Comeaux. We want him at Comeaux. His class structure for the autism geared classes is set up at Comeaux. And if there's more upheaval where Comeaux is shut down, and then we had to put him at Southside, and where Southside, I toured it, I walked it. It looks like a great school, but it is overcrowded. No matter what anybody else says about the numbers, there's too many. Teachers and students there have said it's overcrowded, and I worry about what can happen whenever he goes in there and how it's going to affect him and his education in trying to complete his last 4 years of school. And not only that, because I would look forward to him being at Comeaux. But on top of that, we look at I don't want the school system to fail my child again, but it's not just about my child. It's about every child in the school system. Absolutely. Celebrate the achievements, celebrate the great things about our schools. But whenever we have any children in a failing school, when we have children struggling in a school, no matter how many successes we have, one child being failed in our school system is a failure to all of us. When there's children sitting in the career center that's having to use fans because AC system's not working properly, is a failure to our school system. When there's a rat and roach infestation at Northside, that's a failure to our school system. This should not be happening. And Mr. Lejeune, you said it yourself a while ago. Whenever you were the principal at Acadiana, it wasn't a perfect school, but it was in great shape, but it was still manageable. But whenever you were at Comeaux, Comeaux was definitely needing some attention. It's definitely changed for 35 years since I graduated from there. And not only that, in Northside, it was in even worse condition. So nothing against the improvements being done at Acadiana right now, and Lafayette High absolutely needed it. Lafayette High was the oldest high school in this parish. It absolutely needed the new building. It looks great. And I applaud you on that. But as much as maybe Acadiana needs some improvements at times, but it wasn't. I don't feel it was time for that. Nothing against Acadiana. Whenever you had the problems at the Career Center right now, whenever you had the problems at Northside, whenever you have the problems with the aging buildings at Comeaux, why wasn't more money put towards that first before addressing Acadiana? And it's not just about the buildings, but it's the academics inside those schools. That's what needs to be focused on first before we look at the buildings. The buildings, yes, we need the buildings around our students, but we are failing our students, as Dr. Williams has said, as a number of other, as Ms. Trahan said, as Mr. Edmonds said, we're failing our students in this school system. It's not just about Comeaux. It's about the whole system. And you don't just represent one district. You represent the whole parish. That's where the focus needs to be. That's why nobody trusts what's going on up here. That's why if you bring a bond that you need help with trying to take care of anything, there's no trust. It's going to fail. The library needs money. The library system, the parish needs money, but they don't trust the system. It failed. And that's going to keep happening here if we don't come together and help our students succeed in this school system. That's where the focus has to be, more first and foremost. Ms. LeBou, you wanted to say something, I know.
I just wanted to re-extend my offer after our conversation last time. I do have a friend who's a teacher in the school system who has a daughter who's autistic, who is in the Southside program. She would love to have a conversation with you about how her daughter is doing in that program and all of the many facets of that program. So I just want to re-extend that offer. Please reach out to me if you'd like to speak with her, because she would really like to just give you information so you can see it.
Right, and I appreciate that. I toured Southside whenever we had, whenever they had the meet and greet after the vote a few months ago. And I said, I love the people there, but there is a certain setup with a certain autistic geared class that my son is in at Broussard. It's at Comeaux. It is not at Southside right now. It would have been had Comeaux closed, but that's not what we want. We want him at Comeaux. We don't. I said that's why I sit here fighting not just for Comeaux but the whole school system, and I sit here. I want to be able to fight for Comeaux North Side, every school in this district, because every school, every student within the district needs to succeed. That's whenever we will be successful in the end. We can't. And that when the public will trust everybody up here again, and that's what has to be kept in mind. So, as I said, it's nothing against Southside, but I want my son in the same setup that he was in Broussard. That's why he's going to be at Comeaux next year and be within that class structure over there. So it's not about switching over to Southside. If this class structure was over there and y'all had moved out of Comeaux, I wouldn't have had a choice. It wouldn't have been anything against Comeaux. I had to do what I would have been doing what was best for my child. But I do appreciate that offer.
Thank you. I would like to address one thing, though, or what he said, that we should fight for the whole district. And I totally understand that. And you said we should put money other places instead of Acadiana. But is it fair that the Acadiana High kids had to go into portable buildings? We had 32 of them on campus, and sit in a portable building for education, while no other high school had portable buildings. Now that Lafayette High is built, is it fair that El Leo students, who's an A-rated school, they have to sit in portable buildings? Half of the school is portable buildings. Is it fair that Dussault Elementary has portable buildings? Is it fair that Westgate Elementary has portable buildings? If I'm not there to fight for these people and get portable buildings and get these kids in facilities like we have around the rest of the parish, then who's going to fight for them? You have to fight for your district, but I get it. You have to fight for everybody else also. So it's fair, every student, not just the ones we're speaking about tonight, every student should go to school in a brand new facility and be taught by the best educators in the parish. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, sir, for bringing that to my attention.
Hello, my name is Geraldine Baptiste. We had portable buildings at Catherine Drexel for the longest. So, yes, but y'all done
No, they're not.
closed down.
There's no portable buildings at Catherine Drexel.
Y'all closed down part of it to make it. Okay, but I just have a few questions. They're not big, whatever. The bus ride, like from Broussard to the new schools, like Acadiana High School.
Acadiana is not a new school. Acadiana was built in 1969.
Okay, to Acadiana School. If you said Comeaux High students would go to Acadiana High, Lafayette High,
And Southside.
and Southside, which one of the men said that Southside is almost at capacity.
Is that true?
So I can speak to the capacity concern at Southside best that I can. I will say this, y'all, the capacity that we're talking about for a place like Southside has 70 traditional classrooms. So 70 traditional classrooms at a staffing of 30 kids to one teacher. So that math allows for 2,100 kids in a traditional classroom at any given time at Southside. That does not include your PE areas, your weight rooms, your auxiliary rooms, band, black box theater. It will not include those areas. So I would say that when we say capacity for Southside, that 2,100 number would be a safer bet and the most maximum use for that facility. I would also say they're currently at about 1,800. That's kind of rounding up. So if we talk about 200 kids added, that would put them right at the 2,000 kid marker. And again, that would be putting almost every class in use, traditional class, but does not take into account any auxiliary classrooms that would not be included in that capacity number. That is also totally separate from, like, say, a fire marshal code or a safety code. That's based on total people you can get in a building per square foot of any space throughout that school. We also have plumbing capacity too that would far exceed any of those numbers also. So I hope that helps with the capacity question.
Okay, and like the bus routes, what time would our children have to be getting up to go to school at Acadiana Lafayette High?
Mr. Touchette, who you wanted to direct?
Can I just, one quick thing? Because I just had a daughter graduate last year at Southside. She was 10 when the school was built. For 4 years, my daughter rode the bus. For 4 years, my daughter caught the bus at 5:45 a.m. before any other high school student, I believe, in this district. So to say that our kids are going to be, just a lot of these Southside kids, they caught the bus way earlier than most of the other kids. My daughter caught the bus at 5:40 to 5:45 every morning for 4 years.
How close?
Did I like it? No, but that was the reality of being able to get those kids to that campus.
How close did y'all live from Southside High School?
Not sure how that's relevant, but
From
5 miles?
From leaving from Broussard to go to Acadiana High, that's more than 5 miles.
Well, why would you be leaving Broussard to go to Acadiana High?
They won't.
They're going to go to Southside.
The only reason they would
There's
go
a-
is if they're in the academy.
Yeah, if they're in the academy. If there's a portion that's zoned to Southside, there's a portion that's zoned to Lafayette High. But if they're selecting to go to the Magnet Academy, they would have to catch that Magnet Academy satellite stop bus. But if they're going to their zone school, it would be Lafayette High or Southside.
And if they're choosing to go to academy, they're choosing that on their own. They don't have to go to Acadiana from Broussard.
Yeah, and I was just concerned about it because some days right now, like last year, we had to get our students from school because we didn't have enough bus drivers. So what's gonna happen with this? Just asking.
Nick? It definitely wouldn't increase the number of routes that are needed. We are making a big push right now. We've got some incentives out. We got an upcoming CDL class in June. The board had approved perfect attendance stipends. So there's a lot of ongoing things. The board has approved a salary increase for bus drivers. So we're hoping collectively all those things combined will allow us to build up our pool of drivers to be able to provide adequate coverage.
We hope that will happen, right?
Even with that, we covered over 90% of our routes all year long, so we back up for each other when someone is out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Yeah, can we reiterate that we do provide free CDLs? We provide the training and we provide the licensure for anybody who's interested. And we did just do a salary increase for bus drivers. So just to make a plug, if anybody knows anybody that's looking for a job in which they can work a morning shift and an afternoon shift, we'd love to have you on. And there's even some that work in the school system during the day in between their shifts. So it'd be great to have that additional. Anybody that's interested, we'd love to have you on our staff, and reach out to Nick Jeffers, or I'm sure we have on our website a link that you can click. So that's a extremely valuable offering that we can give to somebody to get their CDL license.
I think this community member was just really speaking to us as board members, just wanting to have a better understanding of if it's going to be an earlier bus start time, like the students would have to get up early or be at the bus stop earlier. So I think that is part of what she was just speaking on in terms of, okay, if a student is getting up early already, then will the student have to get up maybe 30 minutes earlier? Or will they be extended on the back end 30 minutes later on the back end? And so I think maybe that's, part of her asking the questions about transportation. So thank you, Mr. Jeffers, for, speaking to that, and Dr. Rabelais in regards to the other questions. But just, getting clarity on some of these things is what this community member was asking.
Do we have any more public comment? Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, if we got more than one, y'all come on up.
Oh, somebody else? Oh. Okay, my name is Peggy Saunier, and I live by Comeaux. And, okay, like this? Okay. And I live across the street from Comeaux. I've always helped the children there. I have kids that are going there. I have children one grandson that would have been going to Comeaux. The last year, y'all changed the routes and split the kids that was supposed to be going to Edgar Martin. You took our kids and you sent them to Broussard. Is it Broussard or Youngsville? One of the two. Because I got to drive far. At the end of the day, when those kids fall sick and them parents are at work, who you think got to go get them? They got to find a ride. And that's far. So it means I have to stop what I'm doing to go and pick up my grandkids or somebody else's kids, which I don't mind. But at the end of the day, y'all waited until school was about to start to send these people, it didn't even send them a letter, to let them know that their kids were not going to Edgar Martin. They were going over there. And that's far. So this is what this lady is trying to say. My grandkids have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5. By the time they get back from school, they're exhausted. They fall asleep. I cook, and I make sure that they have something to eat. They're too tired to eat. The food's still sitting there. They're falling asleep on the bar. Now, you tell me if any one of y'all, like you said, yours was the first. No, baby. Mine, too, went there. So at the end of the day, you can't say it wasn't just yours that got up at 5:45 and took the bus. No, sirree. My grandkids fall asleep. And I can give you pictures. They're sleeping. By the time their parents come from school, from work, they're too tired. They can't even do their homework. They're exhausted, but yet they have to do it. And what I like when winter comes is because you got longer days, longer nights, where these kids can really fall asleep and get time. But now with this new timing and the lights are still there, these kids don't even have time to go play outside, don't even have time to stretch, nothing. As for Comeaux, Comeaux is an awesome school. The only bad thing that they have is they don't have a good football team. You took the team, yep, and I'm going to give it to you. Oh, yeah, we don't have a good football team. And everybody know that, and y'all can laugh.
I don't think they'll appreciate that statement.
Yeah, but y'all took the kids from Comeaux and sent them to Southside. Mm-hmm. And that's where the fumble came for the football team. It's not all about football. It's about your education. But when you took football, them parents want their kids to get a scholarship, to go to college and get their career that they want to play basketball. But But the other stuff that you don't hear is speech. Comeaux thriving. All the other academics that they're doing over there and all of the other sports, they're thriving. But football, y'all took them all. You sent them to the South Side. That's what y'all did. And that's sad. And that's what people are talking about. It makes y'all look bad. Mm-hmm. Not us, y'all. And Mr. Touchette, the last meeting there, wasn't this meeting that y'all had, but the one prior, I was in the meeting. You stood up, you sat there, and you said, I'm for charter school.
No, ma'am.
That was you.
No, ma'am. No,
Wasn't
ma'am.
that Mr.
No.
Touchette?
No,
it was a
nobody
Touchette
said that.
man, and that had to be him.
Not even.
Because he said, because that
Not.
person
Can you
stated.
do us a favor? Can you do us a favor?
Uh-huh.
All of our meetings are live streamed. Why don't you
Okay.
go find us that clip and send it to me? I'd
Okay,
like to
I
see
will.
that clip.
Because I remember one of the board members, stating that they were pushing the charter school. And they were taking kids. He didn't care. And I was like, what?
Maybe the statement in question is the purpose of the Career Center is to attract charter school kids back, maybe. But I don't think we've ever said charter school.
He was pushing for charter
well,
school and hurting Comeaux and taking kids from Comeaux to send to charter school, because that's what
No,
that
ma'am, I
person
think you
said.
read some internet rumors. None of that is true.
And Ms. LeBeau, your mind has always been made up on what you want to do with Comeaux. It shows.
No, ma'am.
It really does.
No, ma'am.
It shows. It really does show.
No, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm looking at is I'm trying to find a proposal in which we can have consolidated, wonderful high schools and find a way to provide kids more career opportunities. This is just a proposal. Any of my other fellow board members are welcome to come up with any proposal they want. They were welcome to come up with any proposal when CSG was here. Everybody is welcome to come up with a proposal. I'm doing the only thing I know to do, because I'm telling you, if Comeaux has 500 kids next year, it's not going to be me that shuts it down, and I'm not trying to shut it down. What I'm trying to do is repurpose it so that Comeaux still has a thriving existence and something that will benefit every kid across the parish, because we make sure that every kid across the parish has the opportunity to apply to these credentialing programs, and we provide the transportation so they all have access. So I'm trying to get every kid in Lafayette Parish the opportunity to come to the Comeaux property. We're also trying to find, my kids went to Alamo. I mean, it was a fight to find a place for middle school athletics. This also solves that problem as well. So I just want to point out that I'm not in favor of Comeaux's a fabulous school. It kills me. It really kills me. Honestly, I'm probably the most hated person in my district, and it's horrible, but I don't know what else to do, because eventually when that number reaches 500, it reaches 400, I'm there. It won't be a high school anymore. It won't. And now, guess what? Now we will have a high school. We'll have an accelerated school in which kids can come, they can graduate. And so Comeaux will continue to have graduates on its property, and kids will walk up with credentials that will give them fabulous gifts in their life, to be able to walk in and say, I am qualified to work for you, and be able to make the money that they deserve. So it is not
qualified now.
Anybody in this board is welcome to come up with any proposal. And I'm happy if they want to, but not a single board member has come up to me with another proposal. Nope, that's still she wanted to close Comeaux. The amended motion was to close Comeaux and move the Career Center to the north side. That is not a proposal that keeps Comeaux open. So I just want everybody to know that there's been nobody who's come up and said, I have a way to fund it that keeps Comeaux open and that builds a new Career Center. And that is my objective, is to figure out a way to give Comeaux graduates, which it still will. The accelerated school will still graduate students on the Comeaux campus, and be able to give 2,000 kids, not 450, the ability to walk out of their high school experience with dual enrollment, AP, and if they want credentials, they can go into carpentry, HVAC. And we can, I saw schools that have nursing, pre-law, they had police officer training academy. There's endless opportunities for what we can give our kids, but we can't give it in the existing facility. Or we can take $6 million, we can keep everything open, put $6 million into a 450-person career center and say, okay, we fixed the AC, and everybody gets to stay exactly how they are, and then never improve. That's to me, that's not an option.
Right, but you know what?
But please understand, I just threw this proposal. CSG came up with the proposal, I reviewed it. I said, okay, I don't want this to happen, and I voted no. But as the numbers continue to dwindle and we continue to look at the options before us, I don't know what else to do. And I don't know how else to give Comeaux anything. I couldn't ask anything more of the staff. The staff did a fabulous job. I couldn't ask anything more of the teachers. I couldn't ask anything more of the students. If I thought that they could just keep performing and the school would magically grow, that would be my wish, but it's not. And we've seen it year over year. It's not. I couldn't walk in there and say, Erin Atkins, you have to do more. She could not have done more. The teachers couldn't have done more. The staff couldn't have done more. The students couldn't have done more. The problem is that if that number keeps dwindling, I'm not going to have a high school anymore. And we won't have a career center that will fit kids that need opportunities. And we won't have, EJ Sam can fit 60 kids. We want it to fit 200 because there are probably kids that would love to go to this accelerated school, but they're not getting in. So let's just think about the fact that it's a rock and a hard place for me. I can sit here and watch Comeaux. I'll be off this board maybe in 2 years, right? So I can sit there and watch Comeaux dwindle and kick it down the road. I can do that. And believe me, that would make my life a lot easier. I wouldn't be talked about on Facebook every day. I wouldn't have to hear everybody tell me all these things about me. Not changing anything would be the easiest thing I can do. But I promise you, Comeaux would close. So here's my only opportunity. I can give you an entirely new legacy and a new repurposing of this school that still gets students from everywhere in the parish coming to it, and it still keeps the property in purpose, and it gives kids so many more opportunities in workforce development, which is a priority legislatively of the board. Or I could just sit back and say, sorry, Comeaux, I'll keep giving you money to pour into these facilities and walk away, because they're not going to let me build a new school.
And you know what, too? You mentioned about flooding, and I just want to address
Yeah.
it because I live there.
Yeah.
And they labeled us as a flood zone. We're not a flood zone.
We're not
and
a flood
we're trying
zone,
to get
but-
it off because
Right.
the insurance is high. But at the end of the day, like the gentleman said, it's the city. We need to address with the city, too, because the coolies are never open.
And I did. I had in fact, I had my whole neighborhood in for a drainage meeting. I got an engineer to come in and figure out where's the issues between Green Farms and this area, and it all gets siphoned into here. And then we looked at, believe me, I've gone through all of that with Thomas Hooks, our city councilman. I couldn't fit any more than my neighborhood in my house, so that's who got to come. But I'm trying to work with the city on some issues, and we have had several drainage meetings, and that will affect your area and my area. But again, this sucks. It sucks.
It does. It really
sucks.
does. Because
Believe me, I don't want to do any of this. Like, I really wish I could just resign tomorrow and be like, it's somebody else's problem. But it's not. It's not somebody else's problem. We sat up here and said we're going to take on the issues, and I got to do issues. And you know, the administration, I can't ask anything more of them either. And I can't ask kids to be. I could fight with him all day on rezoning. I could fight with all of them. But you know, we all know that's not going to work. So this is my attempt at saying, what else can I do?
But how
and
did
again, if they decide that this is not what they want to do, we can either not put it on the agenda, they could vote it down. Anything could happen, but I do think we have to have this discussion because we all see the elephant in the room, and I don't know how else to fix it.
Right.
But look, I appreciate y'all coming out. I appreciate all the emails. I've actually gotten a lot more positive feedback than negative. And it's not because people don't love Comeaux, they don't love the legacy, they're excited about a career center expansion. They're excited about the fact that their kids could go to a new school. I hate to say that, but they are.
Not in
They're
my area.
excited about the fact that they can
Not
get
in my
more
area.
AP classes and they could get more in dual enrollment opportunities. There are many people that have reached out on different issues. It's not Comeaux's fault. It's not the staff of Comeaux's fault. It's not the students. It's not the teachers. It sucks. It sucks. That's all I can say.
Right.
And I get it. And I don't want to be the one who has to do it. I pray that whatever happens, it is the greatest thing for Lafayette Parish. Because if not, I'm going to feel like I left, you know, what did I do? But I'm doing the best that I can do. Every day I walk in here and I do the best that I can do. And that's all I can do.
Right.
Right? But the person before me, they didn't do anything for 5 years. right? So I'm looking at it 6 years down the road, that's 11 years, right? And we need to figure out what's gonna happen. But we all see the trends. I mean, we have to look at the objective factors and the trends and all of the information and say, is this the best we can do? And is this the right thing we can do? And can we continue to do this forever?
No, but at the end of the day, why are we always the last to find out what y'all decided?
Well, I feel like in 2024, I know I attended 3 meetings with CSG. It's the same proposal. We went out in the community 3 times. We introduced it in March because it became very apparent that this issue was going to come up. It was the same proposal. I've had lots of people reach out, talk to me about different issues. So I'm not sure. I don't know how early people put things on the agenda or how early discussions happen publicly with other board members. But this is just the timing that worked out for this specific proposal. So I can't speak to why the community doesn't feel like, I feel like every meeting's a public meeting. We're on Facebook, we're on every social media, we're emailing, I get texts from LPSS. So I feel like we're constantly communicating. I don't know exactly what more we could do to communicate, but I'm happy to, if you want to email me, we can discuss that and have feedback on what else you would like to see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, one more question. For Ms. Traha, you mentioned that she wanted to close Comeaux to, or did I get it wrong? She wanted to close Comeaux to.
That was the only
I didn't
counter.
get that from her, though.
That was the only other motion put before the board, and it failed.
Yeah, but I didn't get that from her because she's fighting for us.
Right, and there's nothing wrong, but when she amended the motion, she amended the second half of the motion before the board, not the first half. The first half was to take Comeaux offline. The second half was to relocate the Career Center to Comeaux campus. She changed it to relocate the Career Center to Northside campus. That's completely within her right to make that motion, but the first half of that motion never changed. It was always to close Comeaux if we had voted for that amended motion. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Okay.
And the other lady that was sitting on right here, the elderly lady, she mentioned about y'all taking and adding on to Southside for some other students in case they want to come there and you don't want to be overcrowded. Why not send them to Comeaux?
Want to go. I know
That's
it
what you're
sounds
saying, though,
horrible.
but I'm not hearing
No,
that
I'm
from
not.
them people.
Well,
You're
you know,
telling me what
I
you're
got told
hearing.
about myself earlier by the gentleman, but I'll tell you, I do talk to my people. My people talk to me. My people fuss at me when there's a problem, and they fuss at me when they think there might be a problem. And, you know, we can all sit here, you know, the 50 in the room, we can all sit here and say, nope, I don't want my kid to go to a new school. That's exactly why those kids go to charter school. It's brand new, it's shiny. That's why they go. That's why they flooded to Southside. That's why they flooded to Lafayette High. It's a reality, and I wish that we could, because I'm not sure how we can move forward as a team, as a community, if we can't all agree on like the basic things that, you know, basic philosophy, right? These kids want to go. These students and parents want their kids to go to these newer, shiny schools, and maybe not every single kid, but the huge majority. And anyone who argues that with me, it's like, what? Look what happens every time a new facility opens. You build it, they will come. So we need to build it, Career Center, so they come. We'll argue about where at a different day. For me, my perspective, I'm not interested in closing Comeaux because the people that I represent don't want it closed. Right. Do I think it's going to maintain itself the way it is? No. Do I believe that if we rezone kids to Comeaux, that's going to be the answer? Absolutely not. And it takes 5 votes to rezone, guys. Don't look at me. It takes 5 votes. I'm 1 vote. If they rezone, then you know what? We're going to find out the hard way. And this district is really going to find out what it's like to lose, in droves, more and more kids from the Lafayette Parish school system. Now, well, Jeremy, you're only talking about kids on the south side. Like it or not, the people in the District 9 area are the people who pressed the lever and said, I want you to represent me because of your voice. It doesn't mean that I'm going to turn a blind eye to people across the district. I have worked hand in hand with Mr. Edmond and Ms. Trahan and just every board member on this board, hand in hand in district matters, even though I would have wished some of that money would have come to other things in my district, right? We heard earlier that evidently there was a promise that there'd never be a sports facility at Southside. That's, with all due respect, of course that never happened. And the fact that it took 8 years to get the sports facility is problematic. So, of course I wish that more money would be poured into my district, not to the detriment of others, but this idea that we're going to rezone ourselves out of this, that's a misnomer.
But
Take it to the bank.
But I
Take it
wasn't
to the bank.
asking you to rezone. I was just asking the board members.
Well-
if you're scheduled, if you're in this area and this is your district to go to this school, why can't you make it mandatory that these people go there?
Ma'am, this is 2026. If I tell you that your student now is going to go to pick a school,
But there's
you think you're gonna look at me and say, "Oh, yes, sir," wherever you say he's got to go? You're not doing it now. What I'm saying is that's not the reality anymore with the competition, with charter school, with private school, with homeschool, with all of the options in the world today. People are saying, "You're not going to tell me where I'm going to go." And then there's that magic piece of paper that people fill out by the hundreds.
Okay.
These affidavits saying they live somewhere and they don't, and it's a legal document. There's nothing we can do about it. So the idea that we're going to stop people from going where they want to go, if they want to go, has been proven that it's not going to happen. Now, charter school. You can go to charter school and you don't follow their rules, they kick you out. We can't kick you out. We can tell you where you have to go to school, and guess what? If you don't go to school there and you find a way around it, then that's where you go. And my presenting the numbers about the enrollment at Comeaux was only, it's my proof. It's in my mind, it's my proof that you have a lot of kids, despite the ones that want to be there, you have a lot that don't, and the lot that don't are causing a problem for the school system, because you're saying rezone them and they'll go. I'm telling you they won't. And, and if I'm wrong, hey, I'm out of here. That's fine. I'll walk away. But I'm talking to my people that y'all want to rezone, and they don't want to go. And so my thing is if they don't go and they find other ways around it, we have people in the public who are saying, we don't care if there's only 500 kids at Comeaux. Small schools are great.
They are.
But now what you're saying is disproportionately, we're taking money away from other areas to put here, because that's what we're doing. Because all the mandates we have, whether it's our own or whether it's from the state, that we have to have certain things on campuses, it proportionally starts costing more to educate kids with lower enrollment. That's just, I think that's common sense. And so what happens is, now we're taking away from what we could be doing elsewhere. And the argument can be Career Center, Northside, whoever else has something in their district. District 9 has been fortunate because of the droves of people that are moving in there and the need. It was a need. We're not going to go put up 1960 buildings nowadays. We're going to put up new facilities, and that's where a large portion of the people want to go. And that's my prayer, my passion is, if we can get on that same page, or convince me different, because it hasn't happened yet, and convince my people who I represent different. Somehow we get on the same page of what, then we can figure out how, or maybe we need to know why, we can figure out what and how. But right now, we have a school that on its own, well, y'all rezoned all the kids out. Well, what did you want us to do? Build a brand new high school and not put any kids there? Or for me not to fight for my district? I don't regret it. I'm never going to regret it. And so now we're in a position where over the years, we've had people who just don't want to go there. I don't know why. I had no problem going there. But why, I don't know. But it's happening. And that's my issue and why I'm passionate about it.
Ma'am. And I just want to just kind of set the record straight here, because you mentioned about
what I stated or my vote. I have never voted to close Comeaux High. Never, ever, ever have I voted at any point in time. Never have I stated to anyone at any time that I would be in support of closing Comeaux High. The same goes for Career Center. Never, ever, ever have I stated that I would be in support of moving the Career Center out of District 4. Ever, never, never have ever stated that. So I just want to make that very clear in the regular motion, the substitute motion, any motion. I have never, ever supported closing Comeaux High or moving the Career Center. And I also want to mention, and not so much directed towards you, because this wasn't something you mentioned, but CSG, this is something that CSG put in their recommendations, well, a couple of years ago. So now it's been resurrected, okay, to come back to the board. But at no time, there hasn't been conversation between me and the superintendent in regards to what we can be doing with schools and everything in District 4. So in regards to bringing a proposal, a formal proposal to the board, lickety split, I'll have it done.
Okay. And thank you. And Mr. Touchette, it wasn't you, but it was another Touchette. I know, I'm gonna find it though. I'm gonna find it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you, ma'am. Ms. Trump.
You're very welcome. And I just want to make certain, you know, a proposal is one thing, but finding the funding to support that proposal, that is the part right there. Putting together, okay, you know, here's what I like to see done. We got to have the funding to support that. And 35 million is looking really sweet, you know, to be able to have a project like that in, you know, rebuilding the Career Center in District 4.
Right. And I want to say for the football team at Comeaux, we love them. Win or lose, we love them. We support them. We cheer for them. But it will come. We won so many games. We were proud. We were happy. But at the end of the day, we have a good team. Thank y'all
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much.
And they were better this year.
Yeah.
They were much better.
Coach Newsom did a good job, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you're up.
My name is Stephanie Gary. I come to you for a third time. I'm the parent of two alumni sons, 2011 and 2013, to express my concern in trying to close an established and successful high school within a quickly growing area of our school district. You'll have to be patient with me as I've added notes to my speech throughout the day. It's blatantly obvious only certain schools are attended to, taken care of, promoted, poured into. Remember, actions speak louder than words. The public has taken notice that you have ignored the needs of Comeaux High for many, many years. You chose not to correct the horribly drawn zoning map. You pulled the performing arts program. The puzzle comes together that this evil plot goes back many, many years. Why was the zoning never properly corrected? It may not have been your vote that put it in place, but by ignoring the elephant in the room, it has become your problem, and one you chose to ignore to get to this end goal of closing Comeaux High. Why weren't other alternatives considered? Keeping the Career Center, which is majority enrollment, 10% students from District 4. At the very least, you could move it onto Northside High's property in the district that it was originally open to help. What are the net savings after all the accounting and the transition costs come into play? Where are you going to get the fundings for all that you intend to do with Comeaux High's campus? What contractors have been provided estimates? Have you already started the bidding process? Constituents deserve answers as to why the current high school cannot continue with the Career Center being added in as an additional program, which I suggested at the March meeting to have the Career Center have programs at the various high schools in the district, just like you have with the Academy's programs. I skipped over if you would rezone, it doesn't have to be immediate. It could be like 8th grade and younger, this is what's going to happen when you get to this grade. And that's rezoning is supposed to be revisited every 3 years, which it hasn't since Southside opened. When board members say they do not have to attend this meeting, it was emailed to some people. It tells the public that you don't care what is said or what the constituents want, that your mind's already made up. No other options have been or will be considered. My personal agenda must go forward at all costs. Board members snickered at the March meeting when students were emotionally crying, advocating, shaking for their future of their school, that those bullied have come to and found a home. Those not happy at other schools have come to and began to thrive and succeed. Nonverbal SPED students came from other schools and not only thrived and are happy to attend school each day, which they weren't before, and have become verbal due to a strong and successful SPED program at Comeaux. But you've chosen to remove that program and put it at a school that is in urgent need of intervention. Comeaux has a nationally ranked robotics team, debate team, wrestling program that you're trying to dismantle and spread out amongst your chosen high schools. It begs the question, was the success of Comeaux High's football team in 2025 too much for those that are all in with a certain football program in our district? While these programs have been successful at Comeaux, you have decided to move them to the schools that have failing programs and serious concerns. It's bothersome to constituents that you, as an administration and board, do not have long-range plans nor take into account how decisions will affect the future. I've had retired school board leaders from other parishes ask me why this school board would even attempt to close a high school within 2 months remaining in the school year. No consideration of how this would affect those in leading positions of extracurricular activities, how the athletics are affected with LHSAA guidelines, how talented athletes' scholarships are affected. It seems because it does not affect your children, your family, it doesn't matter to you. Pushing your personal agenda is of utmost importance. Then I had to write some notes in my phone. Many taxpayers have always supported school taxes and are now saying they won't because of how much you have all blown public trust. And they don't trust the alternative solutions that won't create more cost. You'll notice that y'all say 2.1 million savings right away, but how much spending is not being disclosed, such as a new wing for Southside, the cost to create a new career center, the cost to demolish Comeaux High. We still have schools with asbestos. Why are we prioritizing building new versus taking care of what's known to cause health problems amongst students and teachers? We have an asbestos warning on our website. If you all say you want to make us exclusive to LPSS, why are we trying to work with private and charter schools to make our career center available to them instead of staying exclusive from them? It was admitted to KPEL and set on the stand in court. How does working with charter make us more attractive as a public school system? You say that you all want students to have great environments and technology, but then you leave schools like Comeaux and Northside behind. Southside was born with the idea and intention of being one phase and the board rezoning Acadiana, Lafayette, and rezoning Acadiana and Lafayette High to Comeaux. The board failed to do its job. It wasn't created with the future idea to become a monster high school and close Comeaux. We've talked to former employees. The board failed. What's the cost of making all these additions? It was $18.5 million back then, but now we hear a new wing is $42.5 million, all to save $2 million from Comeaux. What's the cost to build onto Lafayette High School? What's the cost to demolish Comeaux High and build a new career center? Then where will the $2 million savings be from Comeaux once you have to increase the career center staffing? Let's talk about academics. Schools such as Northside aren't even properly staffed with full-time teachers. Rather, they operate largely with substitute teachers for core subjects, which is sad. There's a major difference with academic performance. How can we fund all other schools and wings and a new charter high career center, but not Northside High? You can propose to take away from districts, but you don't have any intentions of adding to them. Then I have to go back to here. While you pick and choose which rules you choose to follow, you are affecting students and students' futures and their scholarships, the very people that are supposed to advocate for the betterment of our schools and curriculum. The school is not a problem that needs to be solved. It's a success that should be preserved. Before closing a school that is serving students well, the community deserves clear, not convoluted evidence that closure is necessary, financially sound, educationally beneficial, and truly, I emphasize truly, in the best interest of our children. My grandchildren will not attend an LPSS school or a charter school in this parish. If I have to figure out how to pay for it myself, I will. I've seen the plans for the Vermilion River Revitalization Project, and it begs the question, is this the reason for the hurriedness to get Comeaux High closed and at all costs, including but not limited to not following proper policies and procedures? Instead of the Vermilion River District being used to create something magnificent, instead it's being chosen to be a part of the problem that destroys and tears apart the north side. I'll close with the same statement I said in March. My vote is still for a thorough investigation into the administration of Lafayette Parish School System and the Lafayette Parish School Board and every member, as well as a forensic audit to be done on both entities.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any more public comment? Any more public comment? All righty. With that being said, meeting is adjourned.